Civic Plus 264 that Ms. Engelbrecht is also going to talk about during the welcoming introductory remarks. But we're going to start off with that, the remarks this morning. After that, we're going to have a presentation at 9:30 by Mr. Ronnie Dembers. Then we're going to have a tea break, which is just going to be in the courtyard. After that, we're going to have another critical analysis or presentation intervention by Mr. John Aguta. And then an intervention by Mr. through Zoom and on Facebook. The document is also available on the Civic Plus 264 website under Info for CSOs. So you can actually follow the document through there as well. Without any further ado, toilets are just here by the courtyard, so if you just exit here, you will find the toilets there. I'll just call on Carola to welcome everyone. Again.
Good morning all, and also good morning to our participants that are joining via Facebook and Zoom. Apparently 5 people there at the moment. Rosa Namises is there. Good morning, sister. The others, the names, if you are joining via Zoom or Facebook, try to make yourself, to identify yourself, that we know who is there with us. And everybody that is online can also participate. You can ask questions, you can put a question or a comment in the chat section, or you can raise your hand, and then the technicians will take it from there so that you can make it part of these discussions. As Randy already indicated, and some of you know, like Nelson and Ronnie, that we have gone through this again and again and again. The National Planning Commission has tried to get us interested in this policy. As you can see, the policy dates back from 2005. That's many years back. Almost, we are going for 17 years that it has been around. There has also been a bill in 2008, but that one we just roundly rejected. Because on the continent there were several things happening where governments were using these kinds of things, the policies, and especially the bills, thank you, especially the bills to, the legislation to silence civil society. So now we will see, Dr. Tsekpo will also make a presentation on how the rollout is going to go with this policy now, with the review. But what we are here today for, and I'm quite glad that here are so many people that have not been involved in these discussions on the bill yet, because we would like this message to go out, that you take it back to your organizations to say, people, go and have a look at this policy. It's 29 pages, and that you discuss this in your sectors. You will also hear from Dr. Tsekpo what are the specific sectors in civil society that are mostly going to be engaged. And the IT sector, for instance, you know, the partnership forum, for instance, development partnership forum, is another thing that is part of this policy. And it has been going on since 2018, for instance, and I mean, so few people of us even know about the existence. I found emails that were sent by the National Planning Commission to us for a virtual discussion, a virtual meeting in 2021 due to COVID. And I don't know what really happened there. How far are we? How is this really taking the country's development forward? So we will have to really get to know all these mechanisms and systems and make them work. Then I just want to quickly introduce Civic plus 264. Can you at the back there put up those objectives, please? This institution's Civil Society Information Center, Namibia, came into being in 2019 because unfortunately NANGOF had to close doors in 2016. The NANGOF is still ongoing, and that is part of the discussions that we will have to have. What about an umbrella body? What is the best way to do this? Is it, Ronnie Dempers will lead the way into it, and we really have to think about this so that we move. Because every time we come together, we talk, then we go apart, and then it takes another year and no progress. So we need to have some progress because government really wants an entry point for civil society, for them to know how to communicate with us through one channel. So that is then why Civic plus 264 was established, because the need for such a channel was identified. So now we are here for you. Free services. We have a website, and if you have an active civil society organization, a faith-based organization, a union, anything that is classified as civil society, you can either go to the website directly. There is a place where you click and you you list yourself, you put in all your information, and then it comes to Bradley and he will check it and see whether there is something missing or something is not clear, and can contact you again. And once everything is okay, he publishes it, and then you are on the website. And if you have social media or a website, there will be a link that goes directly to your social media and website, so that you are interlinked. Development partners can have a look because they want to know what does civil society look like, and then they can find you. The sectors are there, like environment, like health, like education, like faith-based organizations, and so on. That people that, if they look for something specific, can quickly look who is listed there. So the civils are, unfortunately, I thought that the print would be a little bit bigger, but unfortunately you can't read what is there. What it does say is that Civic plus 264 is a platform that channels information from you to other CSOs, from other CSOs to you, from government to us, and vice versa. We are putting up, for instance, if you are looking for somebody you have a vacancy in your organization, you can advertise it for free. If you have an event, you can advertise it for free. So what we are not is we are not an umbrella body. So we do not have a membership. You are just listed there to have free exposure. But we are not a membership-based organization. We are not an umbrella body. We don't speak on behalf of you. We are attending events, organizing events, just so that the information becomes known and that you have a platform where you can interact. In October, we will have a big Indaba, where we will, here in Windhoek, bring people from all regions with, where they can showcase their organizations, they can exhibit whatever material they have. It will be a 2-day event, and you will be informed further. Then we are also busy with a guide, how to set up a civil society organization, what types of organizations there are, what are the pros and cons of whatever type you choose to register your organization. Okay, any questions so far? Good. Then we will go further and go to the self-introduction. May we ask, Bradley, can I do this? Okay. Apostle Karop, can you start? You just say your name, but please, can we speak very clearly? You say your name, and you say your organization, and you briefly state what you are doing.
Many thanks for this opportunity. I am Apostle Isaac Karop, and I am representing the Unity in the Body of Christ ministry. And our aim is to bring the faith-based organizations together. And recently we are even trying, we are busy to launch something, and we are busy with the government to register something that will include the whole faith-based organizations to be one, to operate as a one unit, in one accord, and so on. So that's who I am, Apostle Isaac Karo.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Ronnie Dempers, the Director of Namibia Development Trust. We're in a capacity building organization, so our mission is to strengthen community-based organizations to be able to manage themselves.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nelson Prada. I work for Kayak Trust. Kayak Trust is a vocational school for children or youth that could not make it through a mainstream VTC. It's for those that have failed grade 7, 8, and those courses. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Anthony Tsekpo. I work for the National Planning Commission, let me say it that way. They are my employers. As a program they run called Enhancing Participatory Democracy program in Namibia, which is tasked to support Parliament to improve oversight of public policies and programs. And we are tasked, one, to encourage Parliament and CSOs to collaborate to improve oversight. And the other part of the program is to help NPC build on this civic society partnership policy, see how it can be implemented. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Esther Nganus. I am a National Development Advisor at the National Planning Commission, and I'm seated at the CSOs Help Desk under the Directorate of Development Partners Coordination. Our role really is to ensure that civic organizations are streamlined in the national development planning process. So it's to help encourage CSOs and to include them in the planning process. So that is what I do and what we do. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rina Fernando, and I also work for EPDN at National Assembly with Anthony. I think he mentioned everything that we do.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lucia Mwanza. I'm representing Kohena on behalf of my executive director. Kohena is just a civil society which work with in conjunction with the Minister of Health. We are just providing community-based TB care and HIV services. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jasper Kasoma. I'm a research intern. My name is Jasper Kasoma. I'm a research intern, a climate activist, and a candidate for climate action for Millennium Program at the Namibia Research Institute. We are more into environmental services and climate change related issues. We offer training, and yeah, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Philomena Klauses. I am working for the Country Coordinating Mechanism for Global Fund. My role there is an oversight officer. So what we do basically is to look at how the 3 disease areas, as well as all global funded programs, are effectively implemented in Namibia and then provide oversight for all global fund grants. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pedro. I'm the National Coordinator of Children's Movement. So what we do, usually we open clubs in different schools in all the different 13 regions. We teach young boys and girls on how to be self-sustained, and then also we work close with NID, and we do different projects, which is reusable pads, whereby we donate them to the community.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eva Avazis, Director for Forum for the Future. What we do basically is just to give platforms to community members to discuss about their rights, educate them about all their rights, and also to represent them where they are not, because most of them are in the rural areas where these facilities that we are having right now are not present. So this is me.
Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here. My name is David Fonoshombe. I'm a Vice Curator for Global Shapers Venue Hub. Yeah, Global Shapers Venue Hub is a youth hub which is part of World Economic Forum. Yeah, it's among 450 hubs around the world. Yeah, the main aim is to drive strategic impact within cities, as we are representing with Hub, and we are more on youth development projects and also capacity building, and try to bring new initiatives which is driving national development agendas, and particularly with youth and vulnerable community. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Norbert Low. I'm from Light for the Children. Our main aim is to uplift the living standards of vulnerable children and orphans, and we are situated in the informal settlement. So the areas that we look in is to educate the children. We have ECD, preschool and grade 1 classes, and that is what we do. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is John Nakuta. I'm a full-time law lecturer at the University of Namibia. I specialize mainly in human rights and social justice issues, and I normally get involved in forums like this. And in my other capacity, I'm also the media ombudsman for the country. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anna Momo. I'm the chairperson of the Internet Society Namibia chapter. It's a organization that works to strengthen, defend, and promote the evolution of the internet as a tool for access to information. Internet is, we drive policies, we drive advocacy, we drive digital rights issues as well, amongst other things.
Hello, good morning everyone. I'm Kadi Badiana-Danso. I am the international intern from the Hans Seidler Foundation. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. My name is John Walters. I am unemployed. I'm one of these unemployed persons in Namibia. I've increased the number of the unemployed. I am currently the chairperson of a coordinating committee of the Ministry of Health and Social Services. And our task is to develop a policy on social contracting and payment for results. I can tell you, when they approached me in the beginning of this year, I did not know what is the word social contracting meaning. But I will try to explain to you and how far the process is on the development of the such a policy. But also thank you for the invitation to be here today. I haven't been with colleagues for a long time. Thank you, Corona.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Hilalius Demana from the Comrades Association as a youth-led organization. What we do is we deal with young people, especially showcasing their talents like sports, and we also deal with agricultural sector and also the power of a mind. So what we do is we basically try and change a young man's mind into a much worthy one that is able to equip itself and also self-sustain itself, because it all starts with the mind, whereby you can change somebody from the streets to actually become somebody better in life. Thank you.
Hello everybody, my name is Caspar Baura. I'm from the Communist Association as well. My name is Caspar Baura from the Comrades Association. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. I am Ndapanda Ambata, and I'm from the Building on Your Strength Association. Building on Your Strength Foundation. We mainly focus on mentorship, education, and the general welfare of the boy child. I'm also a politics student, and I focus on legislation and policy. Building on Your Strength. Oh, Building on Your Strength. Yes. Yeah, Boys Foundation.
Good morning. My name is Mary Tueni Hangula, retired like my my colleague over there, but currently I'm an independent consultant. Of course, I'm here as an observer for today, just to get a feel of how far we have gone, because this is my baby. This is my baby from a very long time, since 2005. I launched this, and I just want to get an update as to how far we are and how we can make it happen.
But maybe they will still come, or they have opted to do it online. Mr. Hashongo, welcome. From the disability sector, thank you very much for coming. Can you just introduce yourself?
Good morning, everyone.
It's Matthews Hashongo from the National Federation of People with Disability in Namibia. I'm the national chairperson.
Thank you very much. And he's a very energetic chairperson. The organization has taken a different turn since he is at the helm of it. Everybody has had a chance. Yeah. Technicians there. Kesa, can you just see, is there somebody, can they please also introduce themselves, those that are online? Can you facilitate that, please? Yeah, yeah. Colleagues online, can you please also introduce yourself? Can you put it on the screen? And if you introduce yourself, just briefly put on your camera. Are you, can you just introduce yourself? Or the one on the screen? Unmute yourself. Can you see a name? Elizabeth.
Yes, hello. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Elizabeth Ipinge, and I am a project officer at the Namibia Media Trust. At the Namibia Media Trust, our activities are heavily surrounded on advocacy and policy interventions, which are aimed at promoting media freedom, freedom of expression, and access to information, not only in Namibia, but also beyond our borders. Thank you for having us. I'm sorry that I can't have my camera on. I do not have a webcam connected at the moment. My apologies for that.
Thank you, Elizabeth. That's fine. Thank you very much. Another one? Okay, Elsa B. Maria. Yeah. Elsa B and Maria, can you come on? Can you switch on your camera and unmute yourself and introduce yourself, please? Okay, let us proceed. Anybody that's online, if you want a word, just raise your hand and the technicians will let us know. Is there anybody on Facebook? Not yet. Good. Okay. Bradley, over to you.
Okay, thanks. I think we'll just continue. The next thing we have down, or before we do continue, my name is Bradley Chongarero. I work at the Civil Society Information Center as the communications officer. So that includes just, sharing all the information that comes to us across the different digital platforms. The next thing we have down on the program here is an overview of the Government of the Republic of Namibia Civic Organizations Partnership Policy. And Mr. Ronnie Dimpers from the Namibia Development Trust, who's joining us here in person, will be giving us an overview on that. I think one of the things here too, someone or an organization that's written about this is CAS in the Achieving Credibility booklet. They basically encapsulated as such in 2005, the government of Namibia introduced the Namibia Civic Organizations Partnership Policy. The policy defines civic organizations as a universal term to include all organizations on every level, including non-governmental organizations, community-based organizations, clubs, groups such as foundations, trade unions, and women's groups. I think let's just call on Mr. Dimpers so we can actually hear more about what this policy document entails.
From the people. Okay. Yes. Okay. Oh, maybe it's linked to other things. Did you get the second? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, Bradley, and the organizers of this workshop. It's great for me to be part of this and to be able to speak to you. I think it's important to state it at the beginning that I don't claim to be an expert in policies. NGOs also don't make policies. It's government who makes policies. But I thought I was possibly asked, given my involvement in civil society, to be able to share what is in the policy. So I undertake this task to do it simply because I am asked to simply present to you what I see is stated in the policy. I'm not expected to give an opinion. My learned friend, John Nakuta, will be the one that will give us some issues to think about in terms of shortcomings and strength. And that's really the reason why I have volunteered to do this. Also, I hope that you will realize that it is not possible to cover what is stated in the policy from document to document. I will simply take out what I consider are important things to highlight. And what I hope to do with that is to actually, if I succeed, to give you more appetite to be able to read the policy on your own, then I have achieved something. So please don't think that what Ronnie has said is all. This is what Ronnie thinks is important. Yeah, those are the key things that I'll be talking through in terms of key parts of the policy, and this is how also the policy is built around. But But I've also seen that the organizers have given you copies of the policy document. And there is, if you can open your document and keep your document alive now, in front of you, if you are at page 1, you can't miss that. On page 1, you will see it's called Introduction. And it says very important things. Now, any document, it's important to always read the introduction because that sets the stage, that gives you the background, and it talks about that. And you will see in the third paragraph, it talks about the National Development Plan 2, and it's under that this policy and the formulation of it was anchored. And it says that the NDP2 recognizes the prominent role civic organizations play in the development of the country, thus creating the needs for the promotion and development of these organizations, and calls for, and it has got a number of things, the definition of the sector, a framework, the mechanisms for exchange and flow of information, mechanisms to promote transparency, and the criteria for evaluating impact. And the last paragraph is also important there. They provide a forum for consensus building, specific reasons for pursuing the partnership between government and civic organizations. That last part that is stated on that introduction page is also for me very important. I'm highlighting this so that you can realize, and you need to realize the need that you need to also read it yourself. They provide a forum for consensus building, facilitate coordination, and yeah, number of important things that are put there. But let us launch into what I wanted to share with you. Oops. Goodness, I've run very fast through here. Team members, you need to help me here. Where am I?
There's something wrong with the slide.
Okay. Possibly it's... Okay. Yeah. The title of the document is called the Government of the Republic of Namibia Civic Organizations Partnership Policy. That's important to know what policy we are talking about. And it was adopted, as it was stated, in December 2005 by Cabinet, and the responsible authority that is administering the implementation of this policy is the National Planning Commission, according to what is stated in the document. And it's good to speak about this whilst people like Madame Mary are here, because they have been the veterans around this. Okay, under the situational analysis, number of important things that the policy document is talking about is, maybe can you move this for us out of the way? Yeah. Historical factors and contemporary factors that have shaped civil society. The policy recognizes that. And the historical factors is the colonial past, where civic organizations were working in an atmosphere of basically civic organization activities were banned. And also it mentions about the adoption of Western models of civil society rather than developing models that are based on the search and adaptation of the African models of civil society. Contemporary factors is the realization or things that have shaped civil society, the realization that government cannot do it alone, and that civic organizations' role is needed, the disinterested attitudes that promote a tendency to leave everything to government. In other words, some people expect that government must do it alone. The emergence of organizations that once were sympathetic to the governing party, now having become critical of it, and a limited avenues for participation in the market economy, and the opportunity to access donor funds have provided a potential career avenue for people to form CSOs who would otherwise be working in business, the growth in employment opportunities for many Namibians in both the public and private sectors. So these are actual wordings taken from civil society. I was careful not to rephrase them, because rephrasing them can mean so many different things to different people. So I've tried to keep them as they are. The policy also highlights, in terms of the current legal and regulatory environment, those are the different legal instruments under which civic organizations, and I'll, as we go on, maybe come to the slide that it talks about why are we talking about civic organizations, because that's not how normally we call ourselves. We call ourselves CSOs, for example, but policy refers to civic organizations. We'll come to it now. But we can be voluntary associations. In other words, you can just be under common law, you just have a constitution or bylaws, and then you exist. You are not registered with a formal institution. Then you find second category is the trust, which are registered under the Trust Monies Act, the Section 21 Companies Act, welfare organizations under Ministry of Health and Social Services. So these are the different legal instruments concerning the current legal and regulatory environment under which civic organizations operate. And also the government policy that also gives rise to formation of things like cooperatives. I could also add conservancies and other bodies so that's the whole legal framework that exists currently under which civic organizations can operate as per the policy. But of course, whilst that legal framework exists, in 2005, it was recognized, mainly stated in National Plan Development 2. And if you read the introductory page that I've mentioned, you'll see the basis and what the National Development Plan 2 has now, that time has outlined why the policy was needed. And this was recognized in NTP 2. And when the policy started, talked about, consequently, this policy calls for the formulation of a new bill to establish a transparent, voluntary, parallel registration process in order to complement existing provisions and to nurture the principles of partnership. So, whilst that legal framework exists, government saw the need, as per National Development Plan 2, that there was a need for this policy. And in that policy, there is provision made for the formulation of a new bill. And when that bill was introduced by government in 2008, as Carola stated, NGOs then said, or civil society then said, no, we are very suspicious of this new bill, and then everything was halted since then. So this discussion has again been re-energized. I know Advocate Walders, just before his term came to an end, was also involved as one of, I think, his last assignments, that he was asked to sort of initiate this discussion to say, can we do something, can we re-energize, can you review this policy, etc. So I'm also really glad that he is also from that perspective present with us. So, but that is where things have moved. The partnership bill thing that I'm talking about is on page 4. You'll see that, so that you will realize that when I'm talking about these things, the third paragraph from the top of the document, the need to improve upon the current legislative and institutional framework within civic organizations operate is recognized in NTP 2. Consequently, the policy calls for the formulation of a new bill. That is what is provided for. Then government goes, or the policy goes on the emergence of partnerships. That is what you'll see on that same document. Basically, it's the same heading that has been used there. It says that a range of government bodies have taken the lead in delivering policies that promote participation, including local and regional government. And government has also, after independence, recognized the need for CSOs can play in terms of development. The role of civil society is mentioned in almost in every policy document. However, in practice, the policy also recognized that CSO participation has arguably been rather minimal. This was stated in 2005. The policy goes on to outline some of the multiple reasons for low levels of involvement in policy and strategy implementation are listed below. And this is taken out from the policy document. It states that COs, civic organizations, are insufficiently aware of the policy components and miss the opportunity to actively participate both in the formulation of strategies and the implementation of such strategies. The government has not been sufficiently forthcoming in creating awareness amongst COs about the participation, cooperation, and collaboration opportunities that exist. And there was also a lack of partnership framework, formal recognition of CSOs, and a degree of institutionalization of partnership are desirable in this regard, so that this does not just remain in policy documents, but some way find a way to institutionalize. In other words, create practical mechanisms how this can be operationalized at institutional level. And also, some of the reasons that have contributed to this low take-up is COs fear that their roles may be instrumentalized in the sense that they may become part of the government bureaucracy. So government, NGOs, and CSOs are also skeptic and fear that they will not be co-opted to look the same. And these are some of the reasons that the policy has highlighted why there was their low take-up about this partnership approach between government. And this was 2005. It will be interesting to reflect how that situation is today. But the policy continues to highlight some good examples which existed by then in terms of the partnership approach between government and COs. It was both formal and informal. It mentions the example of JCC. It's a structure that existed, Joint Consultative Conference? Council, yeah. It was for the SMEs, yeah. It was mentioned where even the minister was its patron. So CSO organization, minister was a patron. Those were some of the examples that I mentioned in the policy. CSO participation on fora, boards, committees, and commissions established by government. So that existed. Formal relationship regulated through acts, cabinet decisions. I know at some stage I heard that the Council of Churches had a memorandum of understanding with the National Planning Commission, cooperative organizations. Government has entered into cooperation with some COs delegating functions and authorities for them to carry out some task on behalf of government. You'll mainly find that in the education sector, and of course also in various partnerships. Private-public partnership to undertake a project and the providing of services. Yeah, locals of providing services with NGOs. So the policy also mentioned some examples of what existed then. Yeah, as Bradley, I think, have said, it's important to see the understanding of the policy with regards to what is civil society for them. And it, of course, recognizes that civil society is complex, and as grabbed many, for the purpose of this policy. So this policy states that civil society is deemed to encompass all public activity by individuals, their voluntary organizations, the private sector as a sector, and their relationships with each other as well as with the government.
We can page that and then discuss. Yeah.
Discuss. But if you feel there's a glaring something that you are missing or you get mixed up, please raise your hand. But otherwise, allow me to just run through what I have, and we could then open the discussion. Yeah, so this is what the policy, according to the policy, this is what civil society is. To all levels within a country, from grassroots to national and indeed beyond borders, also the concept of global civil society is taken into account. And it recognizes that civil society houses diversity and difference. The policy recognizes that. And it emerges as a result of freedom of association, which enables citizens to organize around interests or values. If there were no freedom to associate, there would be no civil society. In a democracy, freedom is not handed out selectively. So, and it also continues to recognize that association of freedom includes the right not to associate. And therefore, unlike the government, civil society should not be seen as a uniform entity which can be consulted or recruited for a specific purpose. So the policy recognizes that we are a complex entity, diverse, with our own differences. And it recognizes that, therefore, maybe we need to find creative ways that will enable government to interact with us. But there is a recognition of our diversity. There comes the term civic organizations. Refers to a wide range of organizations found at all levels of civil society between individual or family and the state, and which become involved in activities that pursue the interest of their members, sponsors, and or beneficiaries. This includes, according to the policy, NGOs, community-based organizations, various clubs and sporting clubs and interest groups such as trusts, foundations, women groups, trade unions, chambers of commerce, hawkers, organizations, and faith organizations. Individual businesses, which are part of society's economic structure, are excluded from this definition. It should be noted that the term civil society organization, or CSO, has not been used in this policy document for the avoidance of ambiguity. So here you will come to understand why the policy is not talking about civil society organizations and rather choose to talk about civic organizations. And according to the policy, this includes all those organizations that are mentioned in the second paragraph of this slide. And in that, individual businesses are not included as part of this. So under NTP2, CSO was used to describe networks and mass membership organizations, but not NGOs or CBOs. Under this policy, civic organizations refers to all the organizations of civil society, including CBOs and NGOs. It therefore continues to define in the policy that civic organizations are said to be having the following characteristics in common. They are non-profit distributing. And I like the way it stated here. I'm not supposed to give opinion, but they are non-profit distributing. It does not mean that we cannot make profit. We can make profit. The only difference is that we don't distribute that profit amongst the shareholders or the directors. But we can make profit. They are non-profit distributing. They operate in public interest or in the interest of their members and or sponsors. They adhere to democratic structures. Involvement is voluntary. They portray high levels of participation. They emphasize empowerment of beneficiaries. They operate independently, both financially and administratively, from the state and donor. So when you say you are a civil society organization, it is expected, according to the policy, that you need to subscribe to those characteristics. government, and it, of course, under these partnerships, it continued to talk about different layers of government and how they interact. And it talks about government in its agencies assumes to stay in close contact with citizens, either directly or through civil society and its civic organizations. The Office of the President, through National Planning Commission, plans and directs the cause of development and interacts closely with civil society. And it mentions different aspects, like the Parliament, as the legislative arm of government, consults citizens prior to the promulgation of laws through parliamentary standing committees, which arrange public meetings and hearings. But it also outlines that political parties are part of the political makeup of society and are therefore not civic organizations, as per the policy. Okay? It also says that traditional authorities are also not part of civil society, according to the policy. You can find that on page 9, if you want to look that up carefully. I think it is mentioned there about political parties and traditional authorities. They are not part of the political, they are not as per the policy. And also the explanation, especially around traditional authorities, is that they are seen as partly also involved in the government machinery, deriving their authority from the government machinery to be able to carry out certain roles and responsibilities. Ministries are responsible for drafting policies which are adopted by cabinet. In this policy, participation of civil society is stressed, and partnership with civic organizations is recommended. Then it also goes to local authorities and regional governments have emerged as very important partners of civic organizations, and it talks about many partnerships arrangements exist, especially around organizations like Sex Dwellers Federation with informal market operators, decentralization policy, also the government's decentralized structures like village committees, settlement committees, constituency development committees, establish and provide a platform for dialogue and joint action. And it says that all parties all stakeholders should be part of this. And it says in terms of partnership should ensure that each actor has a recognized role and a clear idea of benefits to them. So when we talk about partnership between government and civil society, it defines the guiding principles. Now when I hear something is a guiding principle, means if it's a principle, these are non-negotiables. That's what I understand what a principle is. Okay? Each actor has a recognized role and a clear idea of benefits to them. Representatives on the partnership structures are committed individuals with significant authority and influence within their respective agencies. So I suppose that with that definition, it will mean that if there is a partnership between government and civil society, in terms of representation at such levels, it will be people at equal levels that are representing their different levels of institutions that can make decisions. Say, from this, we are doing this, so that CSOs don't send a cleaner and the other ones don't send a whatever. Yeah, because these people cannot take similar levels of authority and decision making that commits their institution. So there are clear lines of communication between the partners and effective boards, committee, and forum structures. So again, partnership presupposes that we should have clear lines of communication. Partnership structures stay flexible to accommodate change with changing circumstances. So I thought those are important guiding principles. So the policy also has got overall goals, objectives, strategies, and outcomes, and I'll quickly run through them. The policy has got 4 objectives. I'm missing the buttons here, seems. Yeah, policy has 4 objectives, if you see on the document. Objective 1 is to create a greater commitment for civic participation through the promotion and encouragement of active citizenship. That's objective 1. It is to enhance, second objective, to enhance the environment for civic participation and partnership. Third objective, to bring the government closer to the people and create partnership opportunities that benefit government, CO, and civil society. To enhance the capacity of partners, which is the government and COs, to enter into partnerships and jointly respond to development challenges and opportunities in an efficient, effective, and sustainable fashion. So those are the objectives. And if you look at the document, it continues to outline each objective has got what is the rationale behind this objective, what is the expected outcome, and what is the implementation strategies around that. So objective 1 that we have read is saying the rationale is to raise awareness for civic participation and enable citizens to play an active role in issues that concern them and their communities. Outcomes is thus, I think there's a understanding around support indigenous approaches of civic participation. Development partners adopt effective mechanisms to promote and recognize, reward voluntary action. The implementation strategy, some of them mentioned, is promote and support indigenous approaches to civic participation. There's a strong emphasis in the policy around the need for not just copying the Western model of civil society, but look at the African and the Namibian realities and develop our own models. Communicate local and international best practices. For example, it says that in this vein, NBC shall promote a stronger partnership with UN system in Namibia in the celebration of, for example, the International Day of Volunteer, and use this opportunity to highlight voluntary achievements throughout the country, plan and implement a national campaign and creating of learning opportunities. Those are some of the strategies mentioned under, or implementation strategies. Again, objective 2 has got the objective, it has got the rationale. It states, for example, here, to enhance the environment for civic participation, it says, lack of mandate or legitimacy has sometimes led to misunderstanding between development partners and the client groups for whom the initiatives were intended. And it also says government and civic organizations can stand accused of undertaking development projects in their own interests, and insufficient legitimacy on the side of COs has often been cited as a reason for poor participation and reluctance to enter into partnerships. Thus, government has said, because of this, we'll facilitate the creation of a more enabling environment for COs. Outcomes is seen as a high levels of trust in civic participation, voluntary registration on the civic organization database of National Planning Commission, a review of existing legal and regulatory environment for organizations leads to formulation of a new bill. And the implementation strategies, if you can look on page 13, when I talk about voluntary registration of COs on database, let's go to page 13. Now you will see that under that implementation arrangement 4.2.3, are you there? Yeah, there it says voluntary registration of COs on the database. So it says, initially after consultation with COs, NBC shall adopt basic minimum requirements for registration of COs on the database under the existing legal and regulatory environment. Registration will require at least the information regarding the constitution of the organization, the membership list, or list of its sponsors, the last financial and annual report, and organizational structure, staffing, services provided, and indication of partnership potential. So this is what government intended when it says voluntary registration of CSOs on a database that will be kept by the National Planning Commission. This is what the new bill was intended. Sorry. How am I doing on time, Bradley? 16 minutes left. Okay. So it is important to see what was required when we say CSOs must register. But NGOs, of course, saw other things. But that was simply the list that was provided by the policy. I'm not talking anything pro or con about what we're doing by that time, but that is according to what government was intending to do in terms of what registration by then meant. But I think maybe just to add in, I must say that part of the reason maybe why the NGOs, because the policy provides that initially after consultations with CEOs, that really didn't happen. And that is, I think, what has created the suspicion. And also the atmosphere by that time, or the context in which Namibia and Southern Africa at that time was moving was a bit different. And therefore, we had the reason to be suspicious about, hey, what is this that is coming? And if you also look at this time, when this is again being initiated by government, we are also reading other countries' examples of what is happening in Zimbabwe, what is happening in South Africa, all that, and that really creates an interesting perspectives around where is this going to take us, and can we, so that is off the record that I've said. The next is also under that voluntary registration, legal and regulatory environment for CO registration and incorporation, code of good practice. I think that one you'll also read on page 14, what government meant with that code of good practice. That on the first paragraph it says, the government and COs shall adopt a code of good practice for partnership to encourage transparency, accountability, awareness, and commitment among partners. This code should at least include the following elements. Please look at the elements. The use of formal partnership arrangements such as memorandum of understanding or other contractual arrangements. So COs could enter into, with a government line ministry or agency, those memorandum of understanding, a declaration of existing resources and identification of their sources. Where do you get your money from? Can be part of the information. Planning and communication mechanisms, reporting mechanisms. Reports shall have narrative and financial components. So this is what government intended when it says code of good practice that will be established between CSOs and government to strengthen the partnership as per the policy. Are we together? Thank you. It also continues in Objective 3 to bring government closer to the people and create partnership opportunities that benefit the government and civic organizations and civil society. It's aimed at creating government partnerships. The outcomes is that government programs reach the intended target beneficiaries, partnership opportunities between government, including local, regional governments, and COs are identified and effectively communicated. Civic organizations recognize the value of partnerships and compete for involvement in government development programs. And implementation strategies is government synergy in the involvement of COs, opportunities for civic involvement, produce and disseminate periodic partnership newsletter. When I was looking at this again, I was saying, wow, why couldn't we do this? Just have a joint newsletter that could maybe come out twice a year, or at least once a year, to say these are the partnership examples that exist between government and COs. Yeah.
Elizabeth.
Measure the impact of partnership in development. These are the implementation strategies from that objective that has been outlined. That's Objective 3. Objective 4, it talks about enhance the capacity of partners to enter into partnerships and to jointly respond to development challenges and opportunities in an efficient, effective, and sustainable fashion. And it recognizes that the rationale of this objective was some of the major challenges facing COs to maintain their human resources, to develop and adapt their organizational structures and strategy, plan and adapt their vision and policies in an ever-changing environment. So Dear online colleagues, do we still have you there? Are you still with us? Can you hear us?
I
Yes, we
can
can.
hear you.
Thank you very much. Good. Please stay engaged.
Ты петух ебаный, бывший.
Sorry?
Elizabeth, Papa Diddy.
Okay. Yeah, Zoom experiences can be interesting at times. Okay, but the policy recognizes
Надолго не пришлось страдать, не мой начал быстро
Objective 4. For example, yeah, I mean, which are quite interesting. For example, if you read on page 16 under capacity building, it mentioned that the staff of nearly all civic organizations need training so as to build skills in areas such as organizational development, management, project identification, preparation, research, monitoring, evaluation, and a whole set of things due to strong competition in terms of remuneration of packages offered by these sectors. So again, the skills loss of CSO is also...
The Zoom has been hacked.
That sounds serious.
We will just switch in and switch out. To those of our friends who are online, if you suddenly see that there's a discontinuous, just hang in there. How long will it take? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. But it continues on Facebook. It's just Zoom that has a problem.
Is my time up?
Yeah, the time's almost up. Maybe you want to start the discussion now.
Yeah, I'll run. Okay, I'm reminded that my time is almost up. But again, under capacity building, I'm just trying to show you that this policy was really concerned about some of the things that are, maybe CSOs are losing skilled managerial and professional staff to the public and private sectors at an alarming rate due to strong competition in terms of remuneration packages offered by these sectors. Capacity building programs are especially valuable for groups that are often disadvantaged. And it talks about financial sustainability also of CSO. All those aspects are critical aspects that are highlighted by this policy. Let's move on. My time is almost up. Then it highlights institutional frameworks. So it also recognizes different institutional frameworks. It mentions about the advisory committee, the National Planning Commission, the civic organizations, line ministries, and they all have got different roles. The advisory committee will be established under Section 8 of the National Planning Commission, and members of this committee will represent all levels of government and CEOs. Those of you who have been around will tell us, has this committee been there? It meets on a quarterly basis, and those are the roles that are outlined. Under that, you will hear oversee and review of the legal and regulatory environment, and also, in addition to the provision of technical advice to the Partnership Help Desk. So, also the Partnership Help Desk that I think our colleague who was here that is what has given birth to the Partnership Help Desk in the National Planning Commission. So one of the institutional framework is the advisory committee that has been set up, and it's the National Planning itself which is responsible for maintaining and developing the CSO Partnership Database, providing ongoing information on partnership opportunities, building capacity in government-CIO partnerships. So it's a whole range of roles and responsibilities that the National Planning Commission has undertaken to play. Civic organizations are key here to make use of NPCS services, and they will work closely with NPC, National Planning Commission Secretariat, both directly through the advisory committee. Again, line ministries also have their responsibility to be able to function on that. Regional governments, it states that each regional council will designate a contact officer to handle relations with COs operating in their jurisdictions and to liaise with National Planning Commission Secretariat. So again, this was not just meant to be at the national level, meant to be also including other regional and local governments, and the interface to be manifested with COs at those different levels. I thank you.
Thank you. Мама, ну как дела в краю степей перехода? Я слышал, что пришли враги на нашу землю. Планируют уничтожить поскорее. Мама.
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Dembers. Thank you for the highlights that was taken from the Civic Partnership Policy. My question basically, I just wanted to get a little bit of insight. I know this has been a process that's long coming. My name is Valemina. I am sitting at CCM, the National Planning Commission. So I just want to find out, with the review happening, since it happened priorly to us meeting today, was there a collation done on the inputs that were sent to Civic 264 from the different partners on the review, on what were the areas of review that was done? Just to get a little bit of insight. Or is the analysis based on what was presented now? Thank you.
What was presented is basically, this is what the current policy states in 2005. What I understand is that the EPDN program, which is on the program later on, is tasked to carry out a review of this policy. So before we review it, we need to know at least what exists now, so that can help with the review process. And I think partly, what we are trying to do here is to sensitize us to be aware about what are the policy provisions currently and where we may see improvements to be able to strengthen that policy. So I'm not sure about, if you say inputs, maybe Carola has got other information that can help amplify that.
Yeah, like I said, that there were repeated attempts every time when there was a push from the National Planning Commission or one of the development partners like GIZ were pushing, and that ended up with former Ombudsman Walters facilitating such an intervention in November 2019. But before that were others, but they always ended up, you know, like a stream in the sand. There was, even we as Civic, we organized a workshop on this policy in June 2020. And people just didn't want to engage with the policy because they said we have much bigger fish to fry. There's hunger, there's inequality, there's crime, there's what, and so on. So there was never really, this policy never caught the heart of civil society. They just felt it is going over them. And I do think that we do have to engage this. It's not gonna go away. The government has made a contract. Dr. Tsekpo will hopefully also speak a little bit more about the whole background. So this policy is strongly back on the burner, and we need to engage with it and think about it and look at the things that can work and those that may not work. And we will listen to John Nakuta when he analyzes this policy. But just the process, it has, like, we intensively engaged in 2008 with the draft bill, but we never really studied the policy. And even in 2019 with the Ombudsman, the thing derailed a little bit because there was frustration about many things in civil society, with Nangov having had to close their office and development partners being accused of dividing civil society and not helping development. All kinds of things like that. Then 2020, Civic tried again, it failed. Then we started again in January with the EPDN. They gave us a half day at NEPAM where we had again a discussion. Nobody wanted to look at the policy. They just want to blah blah on other things. And we made long stories and we had flip charts and everything. But civil society up to now has not had any serious engagement with the policy itself. So thank you for Ronnie for taking us through this, but we need to go a little bit back. I don't know what's happening with the lady from Zambia. She doesn't seem to be on Zoom, Ronnie. So we might have, can fill that space with engaging the policy more. Yeah. Yes. Yes. We can have a tea break and we can come back with your questions. Don't forget your questions, because it seems to me that session with the Zambian lady might flop. She's not on yet.
Okay, let me.
Yeah, and the Zoom thing had been hacked, so we don't know what's going to happen. So I just think we must just please, really engage, really think about it. I saw, for instance, there is a thing on that one page, and you copied it also. It says Association of Freedom. It's actually freedom of association, isn't it? So the policy says Association of Freedom.
And freedom not to associate.
Yes, and freedom not to associate. Right. All right. Let us go and have a tea break. We have half an hour, right? Yeah. Let us please start at 11 sharp so that we can get through the program. When we come back, the new people have just introduced themselves, Mr. Abrahams, and here this gentleman. There were others also. All right? Yeah, welcome in the meantime.
They're getting the link and then they're doing all. They control everything. Done.
everlasting sympathy. When our power make me everlasting sympathy. When our power everlasting sympathy. What can our power make it be? An everlasting sympathy. What can our power make it be? Representative. Glorious love. Glorious love. Glorious love. Glorious love. An everlasting sympathy. What can our power make it be? An everlasting sympathy. What can our power make it be? Representative. Put a smell on you. 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 Yes. Yes, the thrill is gone, gone to stay. Baby, put a smell on you. Put a smell on you.
gone. The thrill is gone. The thrill is gone. The thrill is gone.
Like the sunshine, change your heart. Look around you. Change your heart. Look around you. Like the sunshine, change your heart. Look around you, like the sunshine, change your heart. I need your loving. Look around you, like the sunshine, change your heart. Look around you. Change your heart. Look around you. Like the sunshine, change your heart. I need your loving. Look around you. Like the sunshine, change your heart. Look around you. Like the sunshine. Change your heart. Look around you. Change your heart. It will astound you.
Guns go pow pow.
Can we get settled and restart again in 1 minute? Everyone, can we please take our seats? Can we start taking our seats to begin again? We're going to continue now. Can I just have everyone's attention and get the music down as well? We'll just give an opportunity for those that have just joined us during the previous session to just introduce themselves.
Do I start?
Yes, you can.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kenneth Abrams. I am the director of Namibia Women's Association and as well as the Children's Movement. And thank you for having me.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fenelda Lavinia Cruzes. I am a project coordinator for Ubuntu Community Foundation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Is it morning or afternoon already? Good morning. All right. So my name is McDonald Vihanga. I am a community activist, social entrepreneur, as well as a first-year student at the College of the Arts. I'm doing sound technology. That's why you see the pianos and music with me here. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Aurelius David. I am a member of Internet Society, Namibia chapter.
It's fine. Okay. I think, okay.
Good morning. My name is Joseph Nidomopsa. I'm from Parliament, but I'm hereby to represent the Namibian Albino Association of Namibia. Thank you. I'm a focal person on disability at Parliament, the National Assembly of Namibia. Then I'm the president of the Namibian Albino Association of Namibia. Thank you. At Parliament, I'm an internal auditor, chief internal auditor, but I was also appointed to be a focal person on disability to deal with the disability affairs regarding for people with disability. Thank you.
Okay. We'll just continue. During this session, we're going to hear from Mr. Nakuta on a critical analysis of the GRN-COPP. After that, we expected to have a presentation from, or a case from Zambia as well in terms of their framework there. Mr. Ronnie Dempers, are we good to go with that still? Okay, cool. So we're going to hear about that at 11:45, and then after that, we're going to have a presentation by Dr. Tsekpo on the rollout of the GRN-COPP. Are some people speaking on the Zoom right now? Okay, maybe if we can just have them muted in the time being. I think what we can do is we can perhaps just start with Mr. Nakuta's presentation. And then once that's done, we can enter into a plenary discussion based on what's been said by the previous presentation by Mr. Dempers, as well as what's going to be covered during Mr. Nakuta's session. I think before I give it over to him, like around July, on a matter like this and, regarding the regulation of CSOs in Southern Africa, the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Rights to Freedom of Peaceful Assembly and Association actually released a report on that. They said that legislation being enacted or proposed is often disproportionate to the risk and is frequently exploited by governments to curtail freedoms of association, peaceful assembly, and expression. And then they go on to speak about the specific instances and highlight Zimbabwe there too as well. In general, when looking at policies like this, it's quite important to understand what's the main purpose of it going to be, who are going to be the affected stakeholders, obviously, and just be critical about it in general. So without any further ado, Mr. Nakuta, you can start with your intervention or presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, as I said, my name is John Nakuta, and I'm a full-time law lecturer, as I said, at the University of Namibia. I was asked to give my impressions, personal impressions, which represent my own view on the government of the Republic of Namibia's Civic Organization Partnership Policy, a critical analysis. But of course, given the time, I, just like the previous presenter, do not have time to go through each and every part of what the policy is saying. So what I've done, I've mainly really focused on the objectives and the implementation strategies thereof, and to bring out to highlight my personal opinion with regard to that. As Ronnie mentioned, as to why government feel that there's a need for such a policy, and this is really just quoted from and extracted from the policy. It's to improve upon the current legislative and institutional framework within which civic organizations operate. That is why, amongst one of the reasons, why government is proposing this policy. Also, for advocating for the formulation of a new bill to establish a transparent, voluntary, parallel registration process in order to complement existing provisions and to nurture the principle of partnership. Some of them sounds very noble. The underlying principles, as Ronnie mentioned, underlying this given policy, just to set the context once again, the policy lists several core values and guiding principles that underlies the principles of the partnerships, and that is mutual respect, with an emphasis of respecting the independence of COs. And of course, as Ronnie mentioned, very strikingly, the policy talks about civic organizations, and of course, we know that the preferred and acceptable term is civil society organizations. So that is already one of the things that needs to be addressed in going forward. Another core value is trust. Another one being equality, which I find really very important. And also very important, one of the core fundamental values of the policy is to enhance communication between collaborative partners in an open and frequent manner. The overall goals, and this is where my personal views would now come in, the overall goals, as was mentioned, is for the government, in consultation with civil society organizations, to create a working partnership, a partnership that works for the entire country, its citizens, and the civic organizations, and for the government and the nation at large. I suppose I would have added that. This overall policy would be obtained through 4 objectives, as we will see. The first one, and I'm extracting it directly from the policy, as Ronnie mentioned, objective number 1 is to create a greater commitment for civic participation through the promotion and encouragement of active participation. Big words, nice words. Participation strikes me, and active citizenship. The implementing strategy, I'm paraphrasing. One of the implementation strategy, and Ronnie mentioned this, is to frown on imported models of civic participation from the West. Engaging traditional elders and village groupings in discussions that draw from traditional practices that contribute to civil society. I've picked up those 2, and I'm giving my personal impressions about that. On this objective, it reminds me of what governments throughout Africa is saying. There's this narrative of African governments, whereby they are saying that we should refrain, or we should guard against, rather, rent-seeking, Western-funded organizations. I give you an example. On the 26th or the 23rd of June this year, the African Court on Human and People's Rights considered an application brought by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights on behalf of the Ogek people in Kenya. The Kenyan government is trying for the past decade to evict the Ogek people from the Mau forest. And these people are like our Himbas. They are saying that we don't know anywhere else to go. This is our ancestral home. And so a Western organization, in the name of Minority Rights Group International, assisted these communities to resist the eviction, the planned eviction by the Kenyan government. The Kenyan government is saying the African court must dismiss this case because this is one such this is an example of rent-seeking Western-funded organizations that are mingling, meddling into the affairs of Africa. But the African Court on Human and People's Rights is saying that we cannot fall for this narrative. Because if people want assistance because of their human rights being violated, the court cannot otherwise but listen to who is bringing this case on behalf of people that can't talk for themselves. And for me, it is a sad story that the policy is repeating this narrative. And for me, that should be rejected. Because people, there are a lot of Western organizations that are supporting local NGOs and civil society organizations. But the question should be, why? Why is it, in other words, what are the causes for local NGOs to be supported by Western organizations and not by government? Because in other countries in the world, the government set aside taxpayers' money for the greater cause to support local NGOs. And the question is, why are we not doing that? So, that's why I'm saying this narrative should be denounced, and it does not belong in the national policy that they are trying to come up with. Also, that narrative is insulting because it presupposes that as Africans, we can't think. We need Westerners to think for us, to tell us what is right and what is wrong. And we are saying, shame on you, Namibian government, for bringing this into a national policy. And we are saying that without fear or favor, or even prejudice. With regard to the second one, we know the Sustainable Development Goals is saying, leave no one behind. So there's nothing wrong in engaging traditional leaders and village groupings in discussions that draw from traditional practices that contribute to civil society organizations. Nothing wrong. In fact, UNDRIP, which stands for the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Persons, of Indigenous People, is saying that indigenous communities must be consulted and involved based on their own cultural and traditional practices. But I'm just wondering, is the reason why the policy is mentioning specifically traditional authorities, is it a way to manufacture consent? Is it a way to manufacture consent? Why do I say so? We have seen it in what is happening in Kavango, in terms of the drilling that takes place in the context of Recon Africa. What the government did, government officials did, they went and had the discussions with, first and foremost, traditional authorities. And that was a way to not even consult them, but to basically, in a way, tell them this is what we want to do, and not giving the people a choice to reject or not to reject. And if this is the purpose, why the policy is specifically talking about engaging traditional elders and village groupings, if that is the purpose, then we're saying you're missing the point, because consent cannot and should not be, and in fact partnership cannot be obtained or procured through the manufacturing of consent. We denounce that. The second objective, it's not happening. Okay. Why is it now doing this? Okay, let me just, because it, okay. The second objective talks about enhancing the environment for civic participation and partnership. Again, focusing on the implementation strategy. The implementation strategy says our government would work towards voluntary registration of civic society organizations on the proposed database. The idea is to work on a legal and regulatory framework for civil society or civic organization registration and incorporation, and to develop a code of good practice. My critical assessment on this: voluntary registration amounts to an undue duplication. There's already a registration, as Ronnie mentioned, a registration process in terms of which organizations must be registered in order to legally operate in Namibia. Why do we need a parallel registration process? I'm saying that parallel process, as has happened in other countries, potentially opens the back door for censorship and malignment. Why do I say so? We know the first citizen of the country is talking about Namibians talk too much. So that registration process, even though we look at it objectively, it may not happen now during the current regime. It may not happen in 10 years' time, but the policy is not made for now. A policy is made for the future, and we don't know whom we are going to get. So now the current government may be satisfied and not do anything about these Namibians that talk too much. But it may be used in future times to silence critical voices. And for that reason, we are saying self-regulation and not parallel voluntary registration is preferred. Self-regulation, when I introduced myself as the media ombudsman of the country. The media, over a decade ago, decided to self-regulate. Obviously, there's need to regulate. Where people work in the same environment, there's a need to regulate their conduct so as to ensure that those that are operating in that space adhere to certain standards. So obviously, there's a need to regulate, but not by government. Self-regulation through a code of conduct which can probably be enforced by something similar like an ombudsman. Like we are having now a media ombudsman, and I'm aware that the informal economy people, they are talking about establishing an informal economy ombudsman, which would listen to complaints within that space. Why can't we do the same? Other countries are having such ombudspersons, leaving government control out, because there is a need to regulate the NGO space. Objective number 3, as Ronnie mentioned, is to bring the government closer to the people and to create partnership opportunities that benefit the government, civic organizations, and civil society in general. The implementation strategy proposed is to exchange and flow of information on development activities for better coordination in order to minimize wastage of resources. To establish regular fora for dialogue between CSOs and line ministries and the dissemination of draft policies and bills. My quick assessment, okay, measure the impact of partnership in development through an impact monitoring system. My assessment, this objective is consistent with Article 95K, I forgot to mention there, of the Namibian Constitution, which basically says government would establish and encourage the general population to engage its policies and laws with the view for them to improve it. So this objective is first and foremost consistent with our own Namibian Constitution. As Bradley mentioned, it is also consistent with international human rights law, because he quoted the Special Rapporteur in his opening statement before I took the stage. The strategy is silent on the need for the proactive disclosure of information. I feel, especially in the context that we've got very soon an access to information law that will be enacted that specifically talks about the proactive disclosure of relevant information that would be placed by this law on all government institutions and even private institutions where applicable. The policy must talk about the need for this proactive disclosure of information. Lastly, on this point, I wanted to go back. There's one point that this thing, I don't know, it's skipping. Sorry. Yeah. Also, this objective must, in my view, specifically talk about the need for meaningful and effective participation, especially where it involves indigenous people like the San, the Ovahimba, the Ovatwa, as well as people from the disability movement. The notion of free, prior, and informed consent is critical for this objective. And while saying that, international law makes a very clear distinction about informing versus consulting. Informing people is not the same as consulting. Informing means what has happened in 2014. They amended the Namibian constitution. Some people make noise, and then the Saki Shangalas of this world realize that, hey, people are unhappy. But then the bill for the amendment of our constitution was passed in the National Assembly and the National Council. And then thereafter, the then president, was it not yet elect? He was running for the position, then went out together with Saki Shangala, and they had town hall meetings to inform the people as to why we amended the Constitution. Human rights law says it doesn't work like that. That was informing. It is not consulting. Consulting means before you take a decision, you go out, you tell the people, this is what we are planning, this is why we are planning it, what do you say? Before you take a decision. And I'm saying that this objective must talk about meaningful and effective participation that happens before a decision is supposed to be taken. The next one, and that's my second last slide, is focusing on objective number 4. As was mentioned by Ronnie, this objective basically says or seeks to enhance the capacity of partners, government and civic organizations to enter into partnerships and jointly respond to development challenges and opportunities in an efficient, effective, and sustainable fashion. The implementation strategies proposed for this objective is that the NPC will facilitate networks and linkages between the government and civil society organizations. The NPC shall assist in mobilizing support to establish sustainable mechanisms to assist civil society organizations and strengthen their institutional capacity building processes. My assessment of this objective, I'm saying very shortly, this objective is indeed encouraging. It actually also reminds me, from a human rights perspective, human rights law says that the government, amongst its human rights obligations, is that obligation that talks about the obligation to fulfill, which is having a sub-dimensional obligation, and that is the obligation to provide. The obligation to provide from a human rights perspective says, where people cannot provide for themselves, then government must step in to provide for the people. In the context of what we are talking about, we are saying, and I think this policy acknowledges that, in Namibia we are sitting with a skills gap. There's a skills deficit in many of the civil society organizations. I'm working a lot amongst the indigenous people. And I know the capacity gap, for example, that the San community, the organizations that are dealing with them, are faced with. And I'm also aware that similarly, organizations that are working within or with the people with disabilities are also struggling with skills. There's also a serious skills deficit. So this objective, therefore, is very much welcome because it talks about that. But I'm saying what the NPC will be working with, aim to work at, must not come with any strings attached. Objectively, we have seen there's a need and we want to assist. And so it comes with no strings attached without elaborating any further. Lastly, it talks about the framework, the institutional framework, and Ronnie mentioned that the policy talks about setting up, to codify, rather, in other words, to write into the current legislation, the National Planning Commissions Act of 15 of 94, to codify an advisory committee that the policy is talking about. This policy would consist of or comprise of representatives from government, the NPC, civil society organizations, regional governments, and local authority. And as Ronnie mentioned, it is having quite a broad mandate. My assessment, once again, it's a good initiative. However, we must ensure that this committee will have equal representation. Why do we say so? We want to avoid a situation where there is government monopoly in that structure. And one can even go further, that the chairpersonship of this advisory committee probably should be on a rotational basis, because it is not for government, it is for the greater good of society. Very importantly, there needs to be built into this that this committee will jealously guard its independence. Because we cannot have a situation where a body would just basically, what would be that, spewed out government. This body will not be a government body. It is a representative structure, and that it must be reflective of the voices of all stakeholders. And for that reason, this body is supposed to be very independent in terms of, institutionally and structurally. My last observations, my overall impressions. I'm saying, as you might have heard or discerned from my presentation, generally I think there is a need for a policy. However, now, of course, not the however part. There's a need for a policy. There's definitely a need to develop and ensure a robust accountability framework, an evaluation process, and accountability mechanisms. We can't run away from the fact that civil society organizations must be accountable. There are stories of briefcase civil society organizations, and that is not right. In as much as we don't want to be regulated by the government or controlled by the government, we must also take responsibility to begin to do things right. Those of us working in the space that are not doing things the way it's supposed to be done. So what I'm saying, there's a need to synergize, a need for a consensus in terms of rational underlying principles and objectives amongst all partners. There must be synergy. We must meet at one point and we must all agree on some of those common things. All partners should share a similar vision on a human rights-based approach to development. And that is also one key vagueness of this policy. In fact, when I prepared, I searched within the document the term human rights. It appears only 5 times, and only in the context of explaining where we're coming from and whatever. But it does not mention, and also mentioning there are certain civil society organizations that are working within the human rights space. But it is not entrenched and built and founded upon human rights principles and standards. And I'm saying a policy like this must be aligned to international human rights standards and principles. There should be a higher aim involved in the partnership rather than partnering for the sake of partnership's sake. I hope that is clear. Correct? Now that was not something that I want. Yeah? And ladies and gentlemen, that's basically really what I said. I don't know whether it serves the purpose, but this is what I said, given the time that I'm having. Of course, I could have said much more, but I said to myself, let me not bore you, because Ronnie touched on some of the things, and these are my 5 cents for the policy in general. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone, again. Thank you very much for the lovely presentation. It was detailed and it was to the T. And I'm grateful that the human rights aspect you touched on at the very end, because it does play a role, especially with everything that you have mentioned in terms of the marginalized communities, information versus consulting, and then again the accountability aspect. I don't know, because now I work in the digital space and most of my work has been surrounded around that. But in terms of the policy, I believe that in some aspects, the human rights context has been removed completely on civil society organizations. Maybe is there a reason why there's that disconnect between an individual and a civil society as a body, that maybe it's not there, or because in most cases you would find that government itself is hesitant to working with civil societies because they believe we are on an agenda. So is that part of the narrative, or is it just a figment of my imagination?
Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. I just wanted to comment on this second objective that speaks to enhancing the environment for civic participation and partnership. Now, in the implementation strategy, it says voluntary registration of COs on the database. And then it gives a number of requirements where at the end it says it must have an indication of partnership potential. So if maybe we could just talk around that and see what is that partnership potential referred to under this objective.
Good morning again. Eva versus Forum for the Future. John, I will be a bit loose here and there, and maybe Ronnie can also come in. Mine is really the cliche that the government is seeing civil society hammering around the consultation issue. I would really like to know in terms of, is there already some sort of a policy framework that is out there that civil society and NGO space is not aware of? If there is, could you perhaps share it with us? The other one around that I really want to touch base is the framework aspect and safeguarding the civil society space. If we have been around in the space, you could have seen that there are fly-by-night organizations within our space. How do we safeguard, our space in terms of people coming and having that space for a time and then being co-opted and then you see that they are no more there. How do we safeguard that aspect of our framework? And something that I've probably missed out is we just heard that our colleagues were granted bail. The aspect of solidarity from civil society, John, from your angle, what do you think, how can we perhaps push this aspect within the space of civil society, perhaps for the government to see that we are united and that we are taking upon our colleagues and moving forward in terms of our colleagues in this space, which is very fragile, and at the end of the day, which is also hampering an individual's personnel in this space. Thank you very much.
Shall I? Yeah. Ronnie, the questions are not just to me, so it's both of us. Yes. The first question with regard to the human rights aspect, whether that has been removed, I'm not so sure. I haven't seen this is the first version of the policy. So I don't know whether it was there initially or whether it was been removed. But what is striking, as I said, it is that it is not written in the human rights language. And for me, whether that is deliberate, I'm not going to venture in saying whether that is deliberate. But maybe what is very clear is that human rights is not appreciated. That's all that I probably can say. The importance of human rights In fact, government must be reminded, I forgot to mention it, that the right to participate in government affairs and in the running of the state is an internationally guaranteed right, guaranteed in the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and in various African human rights standards. And so that's why it is really disappointing that a policy as important as this does not rather sufficiently talks about the importance of human rights. That's what I would answer that question. And again, you just remind me also of course, the policy is dated 2005. My mathematics, how many years now? How many years? 17. And so what you are saying is reminding us there's a need to critically look into the policy, to bring in the issues of digital rights, because the policy doesn't talk about this. How do we use this policy to begin to talk to some of the contemporary issues that Namibia and generally the world is faced with? So yes, that was the first question. In terms of voluntary registration, there was this question about what is the meaning of those ones for voluntary participation to work or whatever. There would be an investigation, if I got you correctly, into partnership potential and assessment. And again, how would you assess that? It's vague. And in law, we talk about certainty. You can't make a policy that is vague, because people must be certain, because vagueness gives rise to abuse of power. So for that reason, the policy must then say, so by implication, the policy is saying there would be those ones that would be regarded as potential partners, and those ones that may not be fit for purpose in terms of the kind of partnership that government want to establish. It's a good point, ma'am. I actually also didn't even look at that. On the issue of whether there is a policy on consultation, not as far as I know of. If I got you correctly, your question was whether we have a policy on consultation. I would put my hat on the block, and I stand to be corrected. I am not aware of there being such a policy. In fact, the rule of thumb or the current practice from government is they decide on what to consult and on what not to consult. We have seen government's understanding of consultation now with the Recon Africa thing. They have already taken a decision, and they go and basically really just inform people, this is what we want to do, and this is not a right understanding of what consultation means within a human rights framework. In terms of your last question with regard to solidarity, I don't think it is the place for the purpose, and I again stand to be corrected, I don't think it is the place of the policy to talk about the need for building solidarity between okay, and not so much what the policy is. Now, of course, solidarity is critical. Solidarity is critical in everything. I know the NUNW is having the motto, an injury to one is an injury to all. And there's also a saying that united we stand, by divided we fall. And also, if civil society organizations are not working together, they can potentially be used to speak and to fight against one another. So there's a need for solidarity. And many a times I speak at forums, and I would say, for example, there are other organizations that are very much having a silo vision in terms of the issue that they are addressing. This is what we address, and our focus is just on that. And my notion normally is, how do you expect people to support your cause if you don't support the cause of others? So the notion of, or the idea of solidarity cannot be overemphasized.
Yeah, good, thanks. I think you have covered most of the ground, but maybe two things. On the question of how to safeguard CSOs, civil society organization space, I think that could be possibly some of the aspects that John has mentioned about how can we as a CSO family also ensure certain standards that any CSO organization, big or small, can adhere to. In that way, we'll be able to differentiate ourselves from briefcase NGOs to real serious civil society organizations. So that could be one level of how to build a self-regulatory framework that will ensure how do we set up standards so that, I mean, it's like if you call yourself a doctor, there are certain expectations that a doctor must adhere to. So if you say you are a civil society organization, there must be basic minimum requirements that any organization that calls itself a CSO practitioner must be able to adhere to. So I think those are some of the ways that we could safeguard this. Also maybe at some other meetings I've also heard CSOs raising concerns about the role of international organizations and how those organizations work with us and take away our role and, you know, make us not to be a partner. So there could be some aspects in the policy that could regulate international organizations and their interaction with the Namibian NGOs, and don't take away the roles that seemingly can be played by local CSO organizations, because we feel we are best placed. I can only agree really that there is need for, I think, not only a CSO policy, government CSO policy, but also a policy on consultation, what that should constitute, because that is very much critical. And I think we need to possibly work towards something like that, or at least flag the need for it, that in Namibia we need that. Yeah. Let me pause for now.
Thank you. The first question that I was having is was spotted on regarding for consultation policy between civil society and government. I think that one we can take note of it, and then society will be, how can they handle it? My question is that does it really harm, because the previous presentation it says the civil society, they only get support from the West countries, but not from the government itself. Does it really harm, or does it very negative or any problem for civil society to get either intellectual or financial support from Western country? If so, what are the procedures or mechanisms that civil society could have in place to build up a bridge that communicates, that harmonize the relationship between it and with the government? Thank you.
Good. It's just 1 minute to afternoon. My question is, lately Mr. John Nakuta said something about Namibian civic society organizations depending to Western organizations. And I find it really interesting that when you go to one of the objectives, I think it's part of the objective 4, capacity building, and it talks about financial stability, which is also one of the key factors in this policy that actually Namibian civic organizations are actually sort of stammered to their own personal opinions in this policy, because they are the ones that are being forced in a corner to do decisions for the Western organizations. And these same organizations, you find out that actually they are the ones that are blaming the government for being reliant to China, and the government is saying, shame on you for also depending on the Western organizations. Shame on you too. So how can we financially or economically emancipate ourselves as civil society organizations within the country? Thank you, that's my question.
Yes, thank you. I think the question from the lady at the back was not properly satisfied. I think it was pertaining to the objectives of Objective 4, which deals with the framework. I think she was more asking of not consultation, but engagements. Is there any legal framework in terms of government and CSOs and community-based organizations, operations and so forth? Are there any legal frameworks currently? As to my understanding, that's what she was asking, because I saw in Objective 4 there's a point that says the NPC, or the National Planning Commission, is there to facilitate networks and linkages between government and CSOs. So if there's anybody from the NPC here, maybe they can also enlighten us on that, because we need to know if there's any current frameworks, if I want to engage government or any stakeholders, parastatals today, what is possible, what can be done. And also the other question was the distinction between PPP and the current policy we are looking at. What is the distinction between public-private partnerships and these civic organization partnerships? Thank you.
Yeah, I think in all fairness, the question around whether or not there is a consultation policy, I think the people from, or representatives from the NPC is best placed to answer that question. So in terms of the harm of foreign funding, I think Ronnie already touched on that, and maybe you can just elaborate in order to maybe very specifically answer that question. I'll tackle this whole notion of, is there a difference between consultation and engagement? No. Unless I misunderstood your question. Is there a difference between consultation and engagement? But again, the NPC probably should answer that question for us. And if there's someone, and I'm not diverting, if there's someone that is much more knowledgeable than me in terms of the PPP versus the current policy, no one is having monopoly over information, or I don't have all the answers. So if there's someone here that feels equipped to answer that question, please feel free to answer that question.
Thank you very much. My name is Esther Nganus from the National Planning Commission. Okay, I would first like to touch base on the partnership potential question. I would just like to perhaps give clarity on that question as it pertains to the current policy in its current form. When there is made mention of CSOs having to indicate their partnership potential, that should just show that these are the probable areas for collaboration or support for that particular civil society organization. So when it comes to registration of civil society organizations, as is indicated now in the policy, and when we talk about the partnership potential or indicating your partnership potential, it basically just means what are some areas that viewers of this information where you are submitting, whether it's at Civic Plus 264 or whatever organization where you are registering, of which we do not currently have one, what are the areas that you could possibly get support in? So say, for example, at the Ministry of Mines and Energy, there are claim holders. And these claim holders, basically the ministry is a database where these claim holders would say what type of mineral deposits are in their area. So if an investor is looking at their documents, they would know exactly if they're interested in this particular claim or not, based on the mineral deposits. So if you are CSO and you're giving this information, it just shows the type of areas that possible donors or people that are wanting to partner with you could engage you on. Okay, on the P versus the current policy, we do have a public-private partnership policy. The government has a public-private partnership policy, and it's facilitated under the Ministry of Finance. So that is a whole different policy. And then we also obviously have this CSOs policy, just to make mention of the existence of such a policy. Now the legal frameworks, I'm not sure if I quite understand this question, of which if I don't understand, please do come back. Are there any legal frameworks when it comes to communicating? I don't know now if this is with the National Planning Commission or with government. Okay, let's say with government, because we are government. So is there any legal framework? You know, it's a little bit technical the way you are asking, because I think there is an entry point when it comes to communication with any government, ministry, agency, even with the Office of the President. There are open channels of communication. You can write letters and so forth, but when it comes to CSOs and the type of work that you do, we have a help desk at the National Planning Commission, but this help desk is not an independent organ, and I'll do a presentation at the end of the day to explain exactly what the role is and how exactly we can work together. The help desk is not an independent desk. We have an executive director, and you can engage us at any point in time through our ED. And then that information will be cascaded. Thank you.
Ronnie, do you want to add on to that, or can we continue? Okay, thank you so much for that input. There will still be room to engage more, but the next presenter I see is online now. Ms. Mwale, am I saying that correctly? You can just unmute yourself. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm very ready, and good afternoon, and sorry for joining in late. I was having challenges with the connectivity, but nonetheless, I'm here. Thank you.
So, Ms. Mwale is the Chief Executive Officer of Financial Sector EPDN Zambia, which is an NGO, and the former Executive Director of the NGO Gender Organizations Coordinating Council. Ms. Mwale will be speaking to us about the existing legislative framework in Zambia for civil society, and also current partnership arrangements for collaboration between the Zambian government and CSOs, NGOs. Ms. Mwale, feel free to start.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible enough.
Yes.
Okay. So thank you very much for this opportunity to allow us just to share our experiences as part of the larger civil society organization in the region, and specifically to share our experiences as civil society in Zambia. I had the opportunity to listen to a few interventions when I joined, and I find that there are indeed some similarities in terms of the space for civil society organizations, even as we get recognized as providing that complementary role to government. There is still some kind of commonalities in terms of challenges, and also the type of areas where we can collaborate better to be able to make a difference with the role of civil society in the region. So for Zambia, I must start from a fact that historically, Zambia's statutes, and that is the legal framework, does recognize the existence of civil society, because from time immemorial, civil society have played a very important and critical role to the democratization process in the country, but also in terms of community mobilization, information dissemination on the critical issues that impact on people's livelihoods. By and large, civil society in Zambia remains one of the very important bridge between government policy and legal framework and the people in terms of claiming their rights. So in most cases, civil society approach our work from a human rights perspective, but also to ensure that citizens out there do recognize that government needs to be held accountable and that it is responsible for the ultimate claiming of rights by the citizen. So of course, in one breath, we may be looked at non-state actors, as NGOs or civil society. I'll be using the two terms interchangeably, either civil society or NGOs. And I'll use the common definition that NGOs or civil society are voluntary in nature, and these are entities that are driven by community aspirations and needs for their participation and influence to national development. So given that NGOs and civil society are voluntary in nature, we do recognize that Zambia currently has a number of policy and legal framework in place that I'll be able to share with you. Apart from Zambia's own commitment and declaration, and I want to ride on the Kigali Declaration, where Zambia was party to the African nation who recognized and put a stamp the fact that civil society is an important aspect of democracy and governance, and that there was need for all governments in Africa, to ensure that civil space is free and is facilitated to thrive. So given that, and also recognizing that many of our African countries, Zambia, Namibia, similarly, we are all part of the SADC region, part of the continental body under the AU. So there is a recognition and increasing opportunities for civil society to participate in that aspect, to be able to influence the development trajectory for the region and for the continent. So by way of the legal and policy framework, in Zambia, we have what we call the Societies Act, which is Cap 119 of our constitution that was enacted way back, I think in the 73s, to be able to regulate the operations of civil society. So many organizations currently are registered under the Civil Societies, the Societies Act. And also suffice to say that it's under the same Societies Act where we have political parties that are also registered in Zambia under the same act. So it does provide a level of a kind of diverse, legislation on the part of which entities are found. And when you look at our statutes, there is no organization in Zambia that is registered as an NGO. Most organizations under the Societies Act are registered as societies. So meaning that the term NGO needs to really to be defined. And I guess this is what also one of the things I'm going to talk about on the NGO Act. That is what it was meant to cure. But apart from the Societies Act, there are other NGOs that are registered under the Land Deeds and Succession Act, which is also one of the old laws on the statutes of the Zambian laws. And again, you'll find that these are mostly organizations that are welfare oriented, that provide services in the market, but in the communities, but also most importantly, those organizations that are really existing as service oriented. We have some also that are registered under the Patents and Companies Registration Act, which is PACRA in short, and mostly these NGOs are registered, limited by guarantee, meaning that they'll have two or three people that have got an aspiration, to contribute in a community. They are free to register under the Patents and Companies Registration Act, and limited by guarantee. And then we have some also who are registered under the current NGO Act, which was passed in 2009. But of course, the NGO Act, when it was passed, initially our idea was that it was meant to coordinate and bring together in terms of coordinating all those entities that are registered as societies or NGOs under the different laws. So this particular NGO Act was meant to bring in that coordination and to also enhance transparency and accountability. However, the way the Act was couched was really tilting towards government control, because there were provisions in this particular Act that were requiring an NGO to seek permission from the government ministry or minister, to be able to sanction where they must operate. But if you recall, the definition by and large of an NGO is that it is a voluntary organization that is driven by community need and community, aspiration. So to try and get permission, it was actually working to be in tantamount of the free space that civil society must be working on. So since 2009, I must say that this is one of the pieces of legislation where civil society have come together toward the solidarity and collective action to ensure that this particular act is repealed and replaced. So some of the things that we had to do as civil society organization at the time this act was passed is that we came together as network organization, and we were able to have joint legal advocacy where we sought the court interpretation, because in our view, this act was working in tandem, or it was working against the provisions of the Constitution. Because if an NGO needs to get permission, and every year we were required to be normalizing our operations by applying to the ministry in order to be authorized to operate, we found that that was going to be constraining, because Zambia currently has more than 20,000 organizations that are registered as societies. And out of which, when you really do an analysis, the last time we did that was in 2018, it was found that only about 5,000 are the ones that are operating as NGOs under the Societies Act. And yes, then we realized that there was need for coordination, for a kind of regulatory environment that should have brought in coordination, but not the one that we saw with the NGO Act of 2009, because that was not providing for self-regulation, but instead it was providing for government direct control in terms of the operation of NGOs. So right up to this date, of course, the court saw that the NGOs, because we went in as a collective, the court ruled in our favor, but they encouraged the government and civil society to sit together to be able to iron out the many contradictions that are in the NGO Act. So beyond that, we were able to influence government to actually develop a policy for NGOs, because that NGO Act that was enacted in 2009 was not even supported by a policy. So we managed to work together with the government through the Ministry of Community Development to develop a policy that should then inform the type of legislation that then should come into being. But like I said, I heard someone mention to say here we are looking at a self-regulatory mechanism, because if that is the only way that civil society can thrive, if they are provided an opportunity to self-coordinate, but also most importantly, to self-regulate, using a mechanism that we called developing a code of conduct, for NGOs. So my former organization and some few network organizations came together, were able to draft the NGO code of conduct that should have really been guiding the process of going towards self-regulation. So I'm saying this to also just appreciate the fact that when civil society are not working as a collective, working together, it's virtually very impossible to influence government processes, and especially when it comes to legal and policy environment. For example, our government now has, for a long time now, we have the Public Order Act. And the Public Order Act is one of the very instrumental pieces of legislation that facilitates NGO engagement in communities. It facilitates NGO public advocacy. But then in the last regime, I think there's been quite a lot of challenges. The space for civil society was very constrained, such that the government then, and not the current government, the previous government, would actually be using the Public Order Act to stop civil society from self-mobilizing and also organizing in terms of advocacy within the public space. So the selective application of the Public Order Act was found to be so constraining on the part of mobilizing and organizing. And that probably is the reason why some of these aspects and influence people's way of what kind of government do people want to see in office if, for example, the democratic spaces are being constrained. So by and large, I must admit the fact that yes, whilst the legal and policy environment is there, there are constraining elements like what we have now, the NGO Act and the Public Order Act. I think there is need to ensure that its application is fairly managed and also implemented, because by and large, it's a kind of infringement on self-regulation, because in the region and in the world at large, I think the calling by civil society organization is being able to self-regulate so that from an independent perspective, we can influence and hold our government to account in terms of basic delivery of services to the people. So coming to some of the collaborative agreements that we have with our government, like it has been said in one of the interventions that were given there, the first one is that we realize that civic space has really shrunk over the years. The focus for most civil society organizations currently is on survival. When it comes to resource mobilization, I think the funding space has also shrunk to a level where we see a lot of competition among NGOs that are providing services out there. So with the few donors that remain on the ground, and also the high competition for survival, we find that most of the times the work and the quality of work for civil society organization is actually being impacted. I say so because rather than focusing on implementing and mobilizing around the critical advocacy issues, most of the time civil society have to spend their time, to look for resources for their own survival. Secondly, we know that through the anti-money laundering laws that I'm sure Namibia is also engaging with there, where we are looking at countering financing, terrorism. We have these particular laws that are now being included in the NGO laws and policies, because NGOs are now and have now become a kind of reporting entity under the anti-money laundering laws. And in this particular breath, we found that many civil society are becoming a little bit suspicious of our government move as to why do we want civil society organization to be a reporting entity, because most of the corruption that happens in many of our countries in Africa is actually driven within the political landscape and not necessarily in the NGO space. So there is that growing mistrust between civil society and government, even when it comes to joint platforms for consultation, like one of you already mentioned. There is always that mistrust to find out, to say, but why is government consulting? Because at the end of the day, we find that even if civil society have contributed in terms of the consultation processes, what gets actually captured in the final government documents and processes is really quite selective. And you find that civil society or NGOs begin to feel there is no need to participate in this consultation. After all, our issues are really never taken on board fully. So in this regard, some of the spaces that we are taking advantage of as civil society in Zambia is through the national development planning processes. Zambia is currently at its 8th national development plan, which has got a number of platforms that exist at national level, at provincial level, and within the district. So what we are doing as civil society organization is positioning ourselves to be part of those national development plan committees, so that even our influence and our voice should really still be found at the tables where the national development plan discourse is happening. So most of the umbrella civil society organizations have repositioned themselves and they are part of the various processes. However, the effectiveness of these processes is also being called to question, because these particular committees don't meet all the time, and even the consultation processes are not structured. They are not guided by any policy. They are being mentioned, yes, in the National Development Plan. But I think, like one of you said, I know Ronnie mentioned, to say there may be need for a policy on civil society engagement. I want to agree with that particular proposal, because many a time civil society engagement is considered as a by the way, only when government wants to tick a box that we did engage civil society and the consultations happened. But in most cases, the actual substantive issues that come out through those consultations are never really taken on board. Yes, a few of them will be taken on board, but I think much more can be done to make the role of civil society more valuable and also as a real part of a democratic dispensation. So even with these constraints, lastly, I know I don't have much time, even with these constraints that we face within the government spaces and the government structures, the selectivity with which government identifies who comes on the table also leaves questions to be asked, because many a times a number of civil society organizations, especially the community-centered ones and the advocacy-focused ones, you find that when they are left out, then questions begin to arise. Why did that organization find itself on the table? And that also creates a not so healthy environment among civil society. Then we begin to suspect each other rather than working as a solidarity. So that normally also pushes us backwards in terms of influencing policy change at national level. So what we have done, to cure that, there are quite a number of civil society organizations that come together based on thematic areas. For example, on the Constitution, Zambia had what we're calling the Oasis Forum. The Oasis Forum was a grouping of the church, civil society, the Law Association of Zambia, and also some of the key players in the country to champion the Constitution agenda as a collective. And in that way, we found that we were able to bring government on the table, and we were also able to develop collective kind of positions in terms of influencing our Constitution. So some of the positives that have happened, which are ultimately in our Constitution that was amended in 2016, are actually as a result of collective effort and collective working of civil society, the church, and other stakeholders. So that's the first one. The second example I would want to share and encourage you to maybe consider is on the issues of influencing the economic agenda. So we have come up with specific civil society organizations that are addressing tax matters, for example, in terms of promoting tax justice. So we have what we call the Zambia Tax Alliance of Civil Society Organization. So every year when the budget is being developed by government, we're able to come together as a collective, and we also submit collective submissions to the government on what we want to see in the budget, but also in terms of influencing some of the financial policies that government has to look at. So right now we have the Financing and Loans Guarantee Act that was enacted, all because of the push and solidarity approach that was taken by civil society organizations. So what we do is we also bring in, policy research organization, the universities, and also Economic Association of Zambia. So we bring them together as we look at this tax matter. And because we do that, we are able to bring in government on the table and engage on tax matters. Similarly, for the last 2 years, we were able to come up with the Data Alliance, the Civil Society Data Alliance. I'm sure you've all heard of how Zambia's date and sustainability challenge we've been facing. And of course, we know that the current government is now committed to debt restructuring. However, we had to come together, civil society, bringing in also research experts, as well as academia and the economic institutions, including the legal institutions, to be able to bring on the table of government some of the legal implications of the debt and sustainability, some of the impact in terms of the communities, and this is where community-centered civil society organizations were coming from, to simply contribute, to developing documentation, but also evidence of how much the debt levels in Zambia were impacting on all the sectors. And we found that we were able to bring in Minister of Finance. They came on the table to be able to discuss with us, and we were able to open up doors where the Minister of Finance committed to be bringing in the Data Alliance every time there's a discussion on the table. And we also earned a recognition by the IMF and the World Bank. So the Data Alliance is constantly being engaged by the IMF mission teams when they come to Zambia for our input, and also some of the perspectives that we pick from civil society in the region. Yeah, so another maybe last example in terms of civil society building solidarity is what we call the Civil Society Poverty Observatory Group. Again, we know that under the SADC, there's the SADC Poverty Observatory Group. We took it upon ourselves as civil society to mobilize ourselves and come up with a country-led team on the Poverty Observatory Group. And we did write a lot of papers, relying on comparative advantages that many of the civil society members bring on the table. And in this regard, those particular studies that we did that were focusing on community implication of high poverty levels, we were able to bring it to the table of government, and we were able to share the findings, to be able to influence the national development planning. So even as Zambia was developing its 8th national development plan from the 7th that expired, we were able to utilize many of the findings from the different papers that were developed under the Poverty Observatory Group in terms of promoting gender equality, in terms of promoting inclusive economic development, in terms of promoting sustainability on the part of government. And some of it is what we are now seeing, the physical decentralization that our government, the new government, has taken into account. We are now seeing that the decentralization approach is where now government is taking resources right up to the constituencies, where the constituency development funding has been increased from 1 billion kwacha before to 25 billion. So that is really a jump in terms of the resources that would really end up in people's hands. Of course, we can't say that it's all 100% effective, because there have been some challenges with the constituent development funding. Despite the money being increased, the uptake by communities is still very poor, or because the communities were not really prepared early enough to be able to pick, for such a program where there'll be a lot of money within the communities. Again, that is where civil society, again, is calling to action. We know we have a number of civil society organizations that have come together to be able to influence the constituent development funding for real community economic growth. So those are some of the solidarity mechanisms that are being put together to address the challenge of not having a coordinated civil society body because of the different legal and policy framework that currently exists in the country. Up until we amend the NGO Act, to be that self-regulation mechanism, I think at the moment civil society have continued to find avenues to self-mobilize and organize and still be in a position to influence the government development agenda. So I'll leave it at this point and maybe ask for questions, which I can gladly respond to. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Ms. Ngwaze Mbale, my name is Carola Engelbrecht and I'm the coordinator of the Civil Society Information Center that hosts this event. Thank you so very, very much for your contribution. That was awesome. And a lot of touching points in our case. We also had the Financial Intelligence Center after us with the money laundering and terrorism financing and so on. And also in 2010, when NANGOF was still functioning, there was a project where we contracted a consultant who compiled a really extensive document on self-regulation. So we could warm that one up again and look what can be done. Budget influence, we have also the Institute for Public Policy Research. Frederico Links is also listening in remotely. He's on Zoom. That organization has now started together with Civic Plus 264, also engaging the Minister of Finance every year. But usually we did it afterwards, so now this time we are proactive before the next budget cycle is determined. So there were quite a lot of civil society organizations that came on board and submitted their proposals for a different kind of budget. Unfortunately, is there anybody who has a really burning question here in the room? Yes. Okay, we have one question from our legal advisor.
Okay.
What is the name? Good day, Ms. Mola. Thank you very much for a very, very good presentation, very informative. For my own interest, I would want to find out, did I hear you correctly that your organization or civil society organizations in general challenged the NGO Act and that the court found in your favor? For us in Namibia, dealing with these kind of things that you already dealt with, it would be of great interest to see, that court case. So my question then to you, are you in a position to provide us with the citations of that particular case so that we can look at it, study it, and obviously learn from that? Similarly, you've mentioned that you already have a civil society code of conduct. And in my presentation, I was mentioning very strongly and encouraging the development of a civil society code of conduct, which speaks of self-regulation. So I'm also very interested to have copies of that for our own purposes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If I can quickly pick on the code of conduct, I'll start with the last one. The code of conduct was drafted by network organizations that were spearheaded by my former organization, one of the national social development networks, and a few other network organizations. So when we developed the code of conduct, it was with a view that we were going to present that to the Minister of Community Development for the NGO Congress to adopt that as a working document. However, it was felt that before we could develop the policy that I mentioned, that ultimately through the ministry we were able to develop a policy that was adopted by government. And now we have a process where we are looking at the repealing and replacement of the current NGO Act. In the meantime, the draft code of conduct was submitted to the ministry, but also awaiting the technical working group of civil society that is currently working on the repeal for them to begin the process of implementing the code of conduct. It is a very broad-based code of conduct that we are happy to share with you so that we are not reinventing the wheel in the region. And we developed it through a very consultative process with most of the civil society in the country. We went to all the regions. So suffice to say that that code of conduct is still awaiting the repeal and replacement of the act. But we will share that copy with yourselves after this meeting. And then when it comes to the court case, which again, the same umbrella civil society organization, we sought a judicial interpretation and we submitted. What we did is we identified one of the very high level, legal firm that is operating in Zambia, and they helped us put a very strong case before the High Court of Zambia, and we were able to seek support from cooperating partners to be able to fund them. Suffice to say that they did give us very discretionary fees. They didn't charge us the economic fees. But what happened is when the High Court received our documents, they actually informed our lawyers that we had a very strong case, but it was a case against the government. So what they did is they called our Attorney General and the Solicitor General at the time, where they referred our case, to the Attorney General of the country to say, and the court recommended that we go on the table with the government and be able to look at this, because the court felt that by and large, that NGO Act was ultra vires the Constitution, and it was going against various fundamentals of good constitutionalism. So we agreed as a network of civil society organizations with the court recommendation that we go on the table with government to begin the process of repealing and replacing. So what we did is we didn't withdraw the case, but we set aside the case to say in the event that government does not honor its commitment in the repeal and replacement, then civil society can go back to the court. So I mentioned to say it was in our favor because of the comment we got, but however, must also get the fact that we can share, because that particular case is still on our court statutes. I'll be able to seek with our legal minds on how we can be able to share with you the details of that particular case, because it is still live within our courts of Zambia. So I thought I could clarify that process at this point where we are at.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Mwale. We'll just continue.
Thank you.
Can I just say something? Yeah, no, this is just to friend my. Hello, what is wrong? No. Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Ngoase. Just to put it in context, myself with Madam Ngoase had a 3-month stay together in Accra, Ghana, as NGO leaders from Africa. We were about 11 of us, looking at NGO issues, various number of topics, but key focus was leadership succession and transition within NGOs because that's also one of the challenges facing civil society organizations. How do we transition without letting our organizations collapse? And I must say, Madame Ngwase has so far managed her transition very well, and I can comfortably announce that you have successfully exited. That's why she's now the former director of her former NGO and taking on a new role. But it's not necessarily leaving the sector, but how you can transition and still continue to play a vital role in that. And I'm sure maybe in the future discussions we can still talk about NGO transition and leadership succession within the NGO sector.
Yeah.
So, I mean, as we have done, SADC leaders are continuing to consult wherever they meet. They also met last week in DRC.
Yeah.
And they strategize together as a club. And therefore, it's important for us to also strategize as civil society in the regions, because they decide as SADC leaders, as SADC heads of states, and what they discuss, their strategies, they come and implement in their respective countries. That's why I think this networking between civil society organizations, not only in Namibia, but at SADC level and at global level, we need to talk to each other. Thank you very much, Madam. Job well done.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Good to see you again, Ronnie, and all the best with this.
We're running short of time, so we're going to...
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mwale. So
Thank
on the program, we've got Namibia practical examples on government GRN-COPP collaborations that we can do after lunch. And then the Q&A on Dr. Tsekpo's presentation we can do after lunch as well. So we can continue with Dr. Tsekpo's presentation on the rollout of the GRN-COPP review process under the EPDN program. Dr. Tsekpo is key expert number 2 under the EPDN program.
Thank you so much for the invitation. I know a lot has been said already, and in my role, I think I'm just to play that role of John the Baptist to announce to you that there are the real experts among you who will come to do what we are expected to do as EPDN. So essentially, I'm sure many of you here have come across this EPDN program because I'm told many of you were part of the January program that we had. EPDN is a government of Namibia program funded by EU, and we were to run from July 2020. You know what happened around that time, where we were at the peak of the COVID. So we started running this program from far away, remotely, and we have to talk to a number of you within, including colleagues from IPPR who gave us some background information to be able to put together an inception program. Overall, the project is to contribute to the national development goals for education and skills and rural development. Specifically, we were tasked to strengthen the collaboration and coordination between CSOs, government, and parliament in the implementation and oversight of public policies and programs, particularly but not restricted to the education and skills and rural development sector, so to speak. Now, to do this, we were given 2 results areas to look at. One, for civil society organizations and parliament to increase their capacity to collaborate and coordinate in the oversight of public policies. And that was what we were discussing in January. How do we support parliamentary standing committees who have the role to execute the oversight mandate of parliament? There I was telling you that the oversight is based on evidence. So if we want that collaboration, it's about having the capacity to produce that evidence. And basically what Madam Wale was talking about, NGOCC and other economic groups collaborating in Zambia, is about coming together with a good evidence. And I know the financial group that constantly made presentations to the budget committee, because that is where I used to work. But today, we are on the second part of our results framework, which is to say that civil society organizations and government have increased capacity to collaborate and coordinate in the implementation of public policies and programs, in particular but not restricted to the sectors of education and education skills and rural development. This coordination and collaboration in the implementation of projects is the area where we are looking up to. Incidentally, I have a colleague who is supposed to lead this part of the program, and he is not with us as at now, and a replacement for him is being sought. I hope very soon we will have a replacement, because even though I have worked within the CSO sector in the past, I work in specific roles, and I don't claim the expertise of being generally a CSO actor, so to speak. So to do this particular result area, we were assigned a specific task in this result area of collaboration between CSOs and government to, in the implementation of public policies and projects. And this specific assignment was to assist government in the implementation of these policies that you've been discussing this morning, including the establishment and facilitation of a partnership forum, at least in the sectors of education and skills development. This is a specific task that we have been given as EPDN. And like I said, my other colleague, who is supposed to be key expert number 1 and team leader, with some extensive background in civil society work, is supposed to lead this part of the work, whilst I take charge of strengthening of parliamentary committees for purposes of oversight. But to do this, we had discussions previously with Civic plus 264 and IPPR and others who aided us from remotely when we were trying to understand the landscape here. And in that discussion, we realized that the first step in any exercise towards this assignment is to review the policy as it is and gain an understanding of how to proceed. So at least we did that and agree that, yes, we may not have all the expertise, but we need to get people who understand the landscape, people who have worked broadly in the CSO sector to have a dialogue. So yes, we have done a quick reading to understand the policy and recommended a few steps, and that is what I've been asked to outline. The first step in the process was to identify a competent team to help with the review. And that we have done as a project team that is on the ground. And essentially what we did is to get to look at a combination of experts on the ground and those that have played in the CSO sector for a very long time. And like I said, I'm just announcing that these people will soon be with us. And I will leave that when they appear, they will do the needful. In the process, we looked at the range of legal and policy framework as it is currently. They are being tasked to re-examine those. I think they have been mentioned in Ronnie's presentation about the different modes of registration, just as the different modes of becoming a CSO as identified in the policy document, just like we heard from Zambia not too long ago. We asked that perhaps they should look at alternative legal frameworks and policies, frameworks as exist. Perhaps identify suitable vehicles for coordination of government CSO engagements as they may find. We also think that they should assess the capacity deficits among CSOs that may affect this policy dialogue and implementation. I think in the morning we were talking about the potentials, which I heard Esther clarify. They should identify mechanisms to allow CSOs to bid for implementation of GRN projects and recommend appropriate collaborative mechanisms, and possibly identify any other issues that may foster dialogue and effective management. So when we did a quick review, this is what we thought the team that we identified must tackle. But they will come together, come back to you, just as we do in any policy assessment environment. We have suggested this. They may come and say, yes, but can we look at this? Can we look at that? And normally, those are done in a project. So I want to leave those to the team that will be coming, one from Namibia and one coming from UK. In that collaboration, I hope they are able to give us what they want to do. What is their timetable? How do they expect it to operate? At least from what we have agreed, they are coming in the 2 weeks. Yes, from 12 September. And they expect to review again the documents we have and any other documents that may be of help, interact with a good cross-section of the people in this room, I believe, and prepare an inception report detailing how they want to execute the remainder of this work. And we are expecting that this inception report may be evaluated by our employer, which is NPC, and then once that is done within 1 week, then technically we expect that within 6 weeks, beginning in October, they will do all the technical assessment, which they will be able to explain how best they will go about it. I don't want to prejudice what they will do because we have different tools as researchers. And then submit a report, which again will be reviewed and with you and adopted. So at the inception stage, when they interact with you, they are able to tell you in detail how they are going to go about this process. But one of the things I know is that, yes, they will do a number of interaction with CSOs across the whole of the country in the number of groups. I hope they are able to do that effectively. So, going through this process that I've been asked to talk about, the rollout, I believe that, yes, at the end, they should be able to make recommendations that will guide all the parties around the table in the spirit in which we have been talking about this policy this morning, and then perhaps outline policies, which may be an update of what we have, new policies. It could be, but I want to keep an open mind and not to speculate about what they will come up with. And I believe that that is the process we intend to follow as a project, and hopefully we'll come up with things that may be of use to all of us. Thank you so much for your attention. I am not sure if there are any questions on this.
Thank you, Dr. Tsekpo. We've just reached the time for lunch. I'd like to propose that maybe we can think about the questions over lunch. It's a very important process, this whole consultation. And then when we get back from after lunch, that we spend maybe 10 to 15 minutes to engage Dr. Tsekpo on the rollout of the consultations. Is that fine? Okay. So the lunch will just be here by the restaurant. For the people that are tuning in on Zoom and on Facebook Live as well, we're going to continue again at 2 o'clock. Okay.
gone, you've been 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 gone,
Recording in progress.
in such a way that the consultants will not miss the need for that? Or maybe you can help clarify what's the intention, because it says, yeah, there's something about, at least in the sectors of education and skills and rural development and all that. Yeah, but that is around that aspect that I'm a bit asking a question and also expressing my need.
Dr. Tsekpo, I am constantly still worried about the lack of awareness raising. I would like to see this on the radio, on TV, that there is such a thing as the EPDN. It's a 5-year project, and we are on the way of having the middle mark. That means by the end of this year, 2.5 years of the 5 years are gone. And so many people in Namibia are still not aware of this project. Civil society is not aware of this project. Civil society is not aware about the review of this policy. Many people in civil society have never seen the policy. There are just a few of us old ones that still remember in 2005, 2008, 2010, 2011, when we did the self-regulation document. And then also I wanted to know, I don't think it came out clear enough. This EPDN program has a steering committee. And the steering committee is supposed to be 50% government and 50% civil society. So now there are 3 representatives from civil society, which is Civic, plus 264, IPPR, and NACSO. And NACSO is there again because most of the beneficiaries of this project are in the environment and rural development sector. And on the other side are then from government and parliament and so on. But there's basically 3 people from civil society, 3 from government, and then the chairperson is from the National Planning Commission. And we have voting rights, and the other side has voting rights. And I said, and what if there's a tie, 3 against 3? Yeah, then the chairperson has the casting vote. I said, then you don't have equal representation with civil society. And then I found a tiny little subscript there that says in the contract, at no time shall there be more votes on the government side. Civil society's votes should always be more than government. And so up to now, this is the setup of the steering committee. Nevertheless, that there is the stipulation in the contract, but the defense is that everything will be negotiated. There will be no voting, so hopefully. But what I wanted to know is the 12th September meeting with Ms. Hangula and the other gentleman that has to come up, who are the 2 consultants that will query us and ask us and do this job. We are just, it sounded like you are thinking of a bigger meeting. And we were told it is just me and Graham Hopwood and Maxie Louise and you and Rena and the 2 consultants. If I can just get clarity, are we supposed to mobilize civil society again, or what is the situation? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the questions. In the terms of reference we were given. Education and skills and rural development was mentioned. But then we have the whole policy document to review. And again, going forward, in the exact assignment of the implementation, yes, they said after the review, when we are facilitating Government CSO Partnership Forum, we must at least look at the sector, because these things we know that they are a process. It's going to be an experiment. Given the background we've received from yourself and others about the challenges, the suspicions, you come to realize that it cannot be a big bang. Like has been mentioned by Madam Mwale, you realize that to engage effectively, you need to do some targeting. And I think it is the reason we have this direction being given. But like I said, we have been given, and these things that I've shown you are directly from our terms of reference. So yes, we will be guided, but I believe that the team that will be with you will explore, and that is where I believe you will give us a little bit more information, and in the process, they may come up with what it is that will reflect the needs of all the partners. But I think it is good to start from somewhere. Yeah. On the lack of awareness, yes, I agree with you, Carola, because in fact we were asked to do a communication and a visibility plan for this project. We have attempted. Unfortunately, it looks like we had a bit of challenge with the communication, and that is being redressed. And once the plan is approved, I think we are able to do a better job with the communication. So I agree with you that we've been lacking with the communication. On the, as for the PSC, we know that today in most management, we always advocate for consensus building. So we hope that we won't get to the split votes and the like. On the initial consultation, that particular consultation is coming to you directly. Again, as you have mentioned, because of your role in the PSC, definitely in any research process, they will need an entry point. And in our work so far, you come to realize that we are a project hired by government, so to speak. So definitely, yes, when they come, they will speak to the owners of the project. They will speak to the key stakeholders identified. And in this particular case of the review, the CSO sector is that key stakeholder. And those of you on the steering committee form a critical entry point. And that is what is happening on the 12th. When they come, they will talk to you. I'm sure you will be able to tell them how to proceed. And they will assess that advice that you give and then come up with their plan on how to proceed. So within the 1 week, there will be quite a bit of consultation based on whatever information they pick from you at that initial phase. So I want to leave that one to them. Yes.
So that we don't go ahead only thinking about establishment.
Thank you. And these are things that may come up as they do the consultation, because definitely nobody wants to go back and start something completely new with the same set of players. You know, so definitely if these issues are there, if these networks are there, I think we can only build on them. But I'm not holding brief for the team. I'm sure they are better placed than myself.
I have another question.
Yes.
What is the cutoff date for this review? Because I know it's all in all 10 weeks, but there are breaks in between.
Yes, you will realize that the break, the main break, is for the inception report, which normally will detail the approach and what they want to do, even though somehow this, oh my God. Okay. Even though we have looked at what it is that they will do, which again constitute the terms of reference which has been given to them, essentially in the process, after they've done the inception report, that needs to be approved because it will mean additional cost implications. It may mean the scope could change a little bit here and there after they have done that consultation with the key stakeholders, MPC, yourselves, and other people who they find it useful to consult. So once they have done that, then they have to present the report, and the assumption is that at least we need 1 week for the owners of the program to review that report and agree. And once they have agreed, then technically in the terms of reference, if the scope has not been reviewed substantially, then they have 6 weeks, and which they have agreed will start these 6 weeks from the beginning of October. Because whilst NPC and the stakeholders are approving the inception report, sometimes it is more expensive to keep particularly the external consultants here. And if they also have some other things to do, they want to quickly run back and look at them. But this will start off on 1st October, so to speak. I'm not sure whether it is a weekday, because EU doesn't allow us to work on weekends. But if 1st October is on a weekday, they expect to take off on 1st October and complete the exercise in 6 weeks.
Is it possible, if there is interest, that some other CSO leaders can meet with us? Is it possible that if there are other leaders, because in the TORs it says that we can bring them on board others from civil society without them having voting rights, of course.
Sure, that is at your discretion, I believe, because that meeting is an entry meeting, and if you think that there is value in bringing on board others, I will not say that it is not acceptable.
Yeah.
As a researcher, we are always looking for a rich source of information.
Yeah.
So whoever can help us get to that point, it's always an important consideration.
Thank you.
Are there any other contributions or questions? Okay. There isn't anything from the online participants. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Tsekpo. You are excused.
Thank you so much.
So the other thing we're supposed to cover from before is the practical examples of government civic organizations collaboration. Carola, do you want to, are we still going to do that? Practical examples of government.
Yeah, we can actually maybe put that to the end.
Okay. Okay, cool. And I'll just call upon Advocate John Walters, Chairperson of the Coordinating Committee, to help us about social contracting and payments for results, followed by a Q&A.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Director of Programs. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you a very interesting but a little bit unknown concept in Namibia. I am just here today to inform and not to consult. You know what John said already. We were just government just informed us, and there's no consultation. I am not representing the Ministry of Health and Social Services, but I was approached to chair a committee which is called the Coordinating Committee for the drafting of a social contracting and payment for results policy. Now, the previous speaker, doctor, I believe is one of his outcomes, he said the review, or they must identify mechanisms to allow civil society organizations to bid for implementation of government projects. And one of those alternatives is social contracting. You all know, as civil society organizations and managers of such organizations, that funding from development partners are non-existent, and you may be consciously aware that these partners are moving out of Namibia because of our higher economical status. That's a fact. In a couple of years, there will be no PEPFAR, there will be no Global Fund, no UN, USAID, UNAID. So what? And they will leave a vacuum. And the Ministry of Health realized that. And they said, we must step in. There are certain civil society organizations who are currently contracted by these development partners to do certain programs on behalf of the ministry. You may also be aware that Namibia made and still making extremely good progress in the fight against HIV and AIDS. We are not so good in the fight against tuberculosis, TB, and malaria. And the other one, which we will also add in our business, is mental health. Many of these activities in combating these diseases are outsourced by the development partners, and they are assisting the ministry to do activities on behalf of the ministry. But when the development partners are leaving, the ministry realizes it has to step in. And that is why the ministry looked at an alternative. You all know the ministry or any government ministry of organization cannot take out money and say to for the Association of Persons with Albinism, here are $10,000, go do whatever you wanted. It doesn't work like that. So the ministry look at alternatives, and those who were on the committee before me looked at and did some comparative studies in other countries, and one of the alternatives which they came up is social contracting. Now, what is social contracting? Simply, let me just give you an example. Catholic Health Services is a faith-based organization. They run the churches. They run the hospitals. But they are funded or partly funded by a government. So they are doing activities which is the responsibility of the ministry on behalf of the ministry, and the ministry fund them for that. That is in broad terms. But the Global Fund defines social contracting as mechanisms that allow for government funds to flow directly to civil society organizations to implement specific activities. It goes further. It is a process by which government resources are used to fund entities which are not part of government, called civil society organizations. In other terms, social contracting is a process by which public funds are utilized to support non-governmental organizations, or CSOs, to deliver services that are typically provided by government. It is the definition provided by Global Fund. The ministry said social contracting is a process through which the government will fund civil society organizations to provide health services that the government has a responsibility to provide to ensure the health of the citizens. So simply, it is just a contract with civil society to deliver something. But gone are the days that we just paid money to a service provider and said, go ahead, go build 50 houses. Go rehabilitate a road. The emphasis is now on payment for results. And it's self-explanatory. You will be paid for your roads. The emphasis is now on outcomes and not on input or outputs. So that is what we are busy with. But the process we are of developing a policy, I did not realize it, ladies. The term social contracting was foreign to me, and I was thrown in the deep side now we must develop a policy. My colleagues and I started to do something, and in May we have a very effective workshop. And there a lady from the National Planning Commission took us back, and we were very enthusiastic with a program of activities. Looked back and said, oh, you are on the wrong track. All policies are authorized by national Planning Commission. It goes through them to Cabinet. And they've got a specific format. So the development of a policy, of the policy itself, is preceded by the development of a concept note. That concept note we did, and then after scrutiny by many persons, it went to the National Planning Commission. We received the blessing by the National Planning Commission, and now the concept note went to the Ministerial Steering Committee. We received their blessing, and it's now sent to Cabinet or Cabinet Committee. That is the initial stage. We are not even with the development of the policy. We are now there, ladies and gentlemen. Now, again, the National Planning Commission also prescribes the format of the policy. We have to follow that policy. And one of them you can key interventions is consultation. But having said that, let me just go back to the guiding principles of social contracting. And then you will understand why it is so important and why we're moving away from dishing out money to briefcase organizations to implement a project. The basic common principle for social contracting is include the arrangements should be goal-orientated. Public funding should be allocated for clearly defined goals and priorities in line with the government policies and public health needs. Evaluation should be driven by indicators to measure the achievement of these goals. Free and fair competition should be ensured. Information about contract or opportunities should be advertised as widely as possible to encourage competition among all potential applicants. Application and selection procedures should be clear and transparent and provide for maximum clarity and openness of the process. For example, requirements to be published, to publish the tender announcements in official and local media, allowing appropriate time for submissions of proposals, publishing the selection criteria and names of selected applicants. Equal treatment of applications should be a main priority. This should mean, for example, a set of pre-established clear and objective criteria, which ensure non-discrimination and selection of the most qualified applicant based on merit of the proposal. The principle of accountability refers to, among other things, spending the allocated funds in an agreed way and with clear reporting obligations. Very important, the following one, the independence of all civil society organizations should be recognized and supported. This includes their right within the law to comment on and to challenge government policies and to determine and manage their own affairs. Civil society organizations and communities should also be engaged in shaping and reviewing social contract policies and structures. Procedures for application, documentation, reporting requirements, oversight, and supervision should be appropriate to the program activities and funding provided. These are the principles which was guide us when we entered into a contract with civil society. The Ministry of Health recognizes that civil society organizations are a critical partner in providing essential services, especially for vulnerable people, key populations, and hard-to-reach communities. The absence of civil society organizations or their reduced capacity and community reach may negatively impact progress in achieving elimination targets set under national strategic goals, especially for HIV and AIDS, TB and malaria. And you heard it, and you know yourself, that civil society organizations have been one of the most effective and efficient methods of bringing services closer to people through a direct presence within communities. And the Ministry of Health recognized that principle. The declining development partner fundings to civil society organizations will curtail the ability of CSOs to continue providing such differentiated services within community, potentially risking the health and well-being of many Namibians who have relied on these providers. In the absence of development partner funding, the ministry will have to provide these services through existing facilities, potentially expending a max wage bill, among others, additional costs. Furthermore, the ministry, the ministry's service delivery approaches may result in significant under-provision of services. For example, for men, women and girls, and key populations, and mobile communities, and those provided through outreach models. The policy, that is what we foresee, and that is what we intended. Let me just turn back. The policy will outline CSO's criteria, selection criteria, and requirements that will qualify them for social contracting. In addition, the ministry will identify program areas to be supported and specific activities, key performance indicators, and deliverables. The ministry will outline the process of soliciting potential civil society organization and payment for results in the policy. But what do we mean by payment for results? Governments and development partners are moving towards contracting for social outcomes rather than input or outputs. The emphasis of social contracting and payment for results rests on what outcomes are achieved through service delivery programs rather than the nuts and bolts of how these programs are delivered. For instance, rather than counting the volume of medication prescribed to chronically ill patients, the focus shifts to counting the number of patients who recovered from or reduced their illness. Simply put, payment for results and social contracting mean that service providers, that is civil society organizations, are only paid when they meet agreed outcomes. Payment is thus linked to the achievement of outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, I just briefly tell you what my understanding, what the coordinating committee's understanding and the ministry's understanding of social contracting. It's not a foreign concept in Namibia, but maybe the wording of the term social contracting it may be foreign to us, but it is as simple as I put it to you. We are far from the actual policy. I have learned a lot today. What are missing in this policy, what need to be included in this policy. So I am aware that when we going into the drafting of this policy, and we will now awaiting cabinet or cabinet committees approval of the concept net, we will start developing the policy on the format prescribed by National Planning Committee. Knowing that everybody, me included, you need something in front of you of which you can have prior insight, which you have studied, so that if we have that consultative meeting with civil society, that you are will come prepared to engage us of what is wrong, what is missing, and what need to be in the policy. It is the format prescribed that there should be widely a consultation, not just in Windhoek, but outside in the other regions of the country. So rest assured, we will inform you of the consultative meeting with whom. I have at our meeting in Swakopmund, this was a workshop meeting. Oh, let me just leave the podium and go fetch something. In my presentation, I just, in my workshop of the coordinating committee, I just present the legal framework, existing legal framework, which was also presented earlier by Ronnie. I rose the questions at that workshop. Do we need specific legislation providing for the registration, control, and supervising of civil society organizations? Do we need specific legislation providing for social contracting and payment for results? And I said, is there a specific registry of civil society organizations that currently providing services on behalf of the ministry? These questions were left over for us, not for us to answer, but for the stakeholders to answer that question. But I do not foresee that we, as the coordinating committee and the Ministry of Health, can prescribe now and say, all civil society, if you want to contract with the ministry, you must be registered. While the rest is, it's not an overall policy of government. But it is, in fact, a government policy, but I don't think that it will be on a selective basis. And I don't think that is what policy development aim is. Ladies and gentlemen, that is in very brief what we are currently doing at the ministry. As I promised, you will be consulted, and if I'm still there, but I believe we will see. I will see the program end out. We are timelines. We are the development process is funded by Global Fund, and you who have previous engagement with development partners, you know there's strict timelines and rules. So the policy must be through everyone, must be adopted before 31st of December this year. So we have got little time to develop, to finalize it, little time, but enough time to consult with you. Again, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you, and just inform you about the development of this policy. A very interesting policy as far as I am concerned. I like the new approach of doing business with government. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Advocate Walters. Just on that, do we have any questions based on what was presented? The mic. Do we have any questions on social contracting or social contracting coordinating quality? Any clarity, perhaps?
Thank you. I will have a question to Mr. John. Uncle John, the committee, because I think the civil society want to know, would like to know the functions, maybe before, as you said, you'll come back to us. We might need the term of reference, because the moment it will lead us to understand the condition, the responsibility, the mandate of that particular committee. Then we will be able to determine whether the committee is doing its responsibility as mandated or as an appointed for. Thank you.
Joseph, thank you for respecting me, my age, and still calling me uncle. What I can say about it, the committee, or the coordinating committee, has its terms of reference. As terms of reference, before you start, they will give you terms of reference, timelines to your things. It's everything. It's in place. That will be provided to you with simultaneously with when we have to discuss. I think my colleagues foresee that, and that was said that you should have a draft in your hand when we have not like today.
Hello? Yeah. Since it's a policy, I would recommend that you don't just focus on the task of Global Fund, because government has more experiences. Like, for instance, we get funded by the Namibia Training Authority, and it's also through, it's not like a grant, isn't it? This is based on deliverables. The same is the Ministry of Urban Rural Development. They also give money to the Shack Dwellers Federation. Then they are different. The same is with the Ministry of Gender. They subcontract, what is this, Tony organization? Legal Assistance Center. So there is not just health with tuberculosis, HIV, AIDS, and malaria, but you have also construction, you have the city of Windhoek also subcontract some work, even the Ministry of Gender, they subcontract some work also through ECD centers. So if in your work you can also go broader, and hopefully, obviously your contractors, they will understand that being a policy, it has to be broader and bigger. Yeah, that's my point.
You are correct. But the policy, it can be used for other activities, but the main purpose is to address these four diseases I can call. Mental health is a disease. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to find out from what the advocate has presented, how different is it from what was presented before, or is it only for Minister of Health? Does it only concern Minister of Health? And how does it fit?
Recording in progress.
That yeah.
It has nothing to do with this policy. It is a new policy. You understand? I was just invited to inform you about what is coming. And that is why I'm so thankful and appreciate the fact that I was invited to make this brief presentation on a forthcoming policy that, and as I said in the beginning, I'm glad I'm here today. I saw the pitfalls, I saw the wrongs, and developing this policy that we don't make the same mistake. While I was standing here before you and said, but you were here when we discussed the other policy. So, ma'am, this is not, that it, in fact, nothing to do with the policy. In fact, the previous speaker referred to what he said in the outcomes, the identification of mechanisms in order to allow civil society to bid for implementation of government projects. And that is precisely what social contracting is. Civil society will get the opportunity to bid.
Afternoon, Mr. or Uncle John. I just want to ask, but I'm asking under correction.
Yeah.
Is the policy still, or is it concluded, or still, do you have maybe any, is it open for inputs? We are feeling that maybe somewhere, maybe if you can share with us so that we can incorporate something, we might add something there. Is it closed totally, or is there any, maybe, I'm under correction?
Yes, thank you. Just to repeat myself and reiterate what I've said before, we are now only at the stage where the concept note, before you start drafting a policy or developing a policy, you must have a concept note as prescribed by the NPC. So that concept note is now with cabinet. And we are now busy going into drafting the policy, and one of them to identify the stakeholders whom we have to consult. And it would not make sense to consult like I'm talking here to you. You will have a draft of a copy of the draft, so that you can give your input into it. That I can assure you.
Okay, so probably the next workshop is going to be on the social contracting.
Yeah, it will be for civil society.
Are there any other contributions?
Something that is hammering my mind. We heard from our online colleague from Zambia how they are doing in terms of the work of civil society and that of the importance. Yeah, we can never underestimate what we are doing. But from an angle of looking at what my colleague is saying here, is there room for sitting on the table and renegotiating this thing? Because if it sounds like a bidding, and then you have your international donors talking about taxpayers' money that we are giving to civil society, what has really informed this process of bidding to be started by our state? Because a civil society in other countries, they are operating from taxpayers' money. But for now, we have to bid. It's like we have to compete amongst each other to be contracted by the state. What has really informed this?
That is why you have this review of this policy. That government, that you have engaged government to put this in your budget. I cannot, that is the ministry cannot put it, because this is the relationship between civil society and government, and that is it. What we're trying to do with social contracting, open up the space. Currently, the development partner identify the civil society, and you may not have the opportunity to bid for. So we want to make it a equal, fair, and unbiased process. That is for certain projects That is not to fund your organization, to run your organization, to manage your organization. That you have to try to put into the this policy. So, you understand? Okay.
We'll take the last two.
All right, all right. I actually wanted to not necessarily ask, but possibly to give a comment to say that with the policy that Uncle John introduced, maybe we can also look at the same aspect which it is taking to have it as a point or a section within the policy that we're discussing today, if ever that comes about. But then in the nutshell, I think it's a very good initiative. It's something similar to what Social Security does, but then it doesn't invite civil society organizations, it invites corporates or SMEs. And then I just wanted to understand now, if then while it's still in its concept note, at what point is a civil society organization not eligible to receive the funding apart from the registration that is mandatory? Because I know with USAID, they'll fund you twice, maybe 3, 4 times on a project. Will it also allow us then to possibly do a project, deliver on it, and continue for a particular period of time, or what is the details around that?
The ministry will set out the selection criteria, the deliverables, the projects. It's a project which you have to timeline, you have to complete it within a certain time. And then we will evaluate, and if you're not coming forth, if you not produce the outcomes, there may be penalties or something like that, but we are not at that stage yet. That will be in the policy. I can give you my opinion, but that is worth nothing.
Okay. Okay, so we're just going to take the last question here at the front. But I think the main thing to keep in mind is that this is just like an initial briefing of something that could come in the future. I think key questions around this would probably be, how can maybe CSOs at this point become or be part of the process of this being formulated? How do maybe their views and views of CSOs within the region like Zambia, how can they inform this process as well? So from my understanding, I think it's still something that's very open-ended. I mean, the concept note is still yet to be drafted on this particular. Okay. 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 So then after, the next step would obviously be getting this down on paper. Is that correct?
I can assure you I've got the list of all civil society organizations which is registered. She gave it to me, not
registered,
listed, sorry for
I thought all of them are even there. I was looking and Googling.
So I'll ask her to update that list.
Good afternoon once again. Ilalias Nimana from the Comrades Association. I was busy listening as you're speaking, and I've been analyzing some things. You know, sometimes it's the contracting, the social contracting. Sometimes it's very dangerous because it creates somehow an atmosphere of competence, whereby civil society organizations will be competing against each other. And that will also create now a distrust between organizations. That is why I think Ms. Carola mentioned that civil society organizations tend to disagree and they never reach an agreement. So on my personal level, it's difficult. So on my personal opinion, I feel like this is I don't know, but let me just give it to you straight, that in my own personal opinion, it's a way to sort of kill the communication of civil society organizations, because the moment you give, let me just give you a brief sort of example. The moment you give one bone to 10 dogs at a specific place, they'll just end up killing themselves. So we have to think about this, because when you mentioned that it's only, you came here to inform us, not consult us, right? Because it has already gone through I don't know what you've done, but maybe you can reconsider some of the factors as well when approving some of these factors, because it's very dangerous. That's my personal opinion. Thank you.
A little knowledge is dangerous. Wait for the policy, the draft, then you can question it. If civil society organization is not grown up yet, then it's time for them to grow up. Because in every aspect in life, there's competition. My 2 sons compete for my love, which they don't need to do. So that is, you have to know, you have to compete for anything. No, nothing is for free, isn't it? You have to compete for it. That's my personal opinion. So unfortunately, that was the last question.
Just 1 minute. Sorry, I came late and I missed some of the earlier inputs. I think, Uncle John as well, as we are drafting these policies, I think our government also needs to take into account that you can't expect deliverables without investing. What am I saying? That I worked for an organization called World Education. It's a US NGO. How that organization was sustained was that from every project wherever they go in the world, every project they do, they were entitled to take 40% for their own sustainability, to build their capacity, to what. But sometimes when you bid for our government contracts within the current setup, you are not allowed to, they say, we don't fund staff, we don't fund vehicles, we don't fund what. We're funding project activities. That who must do? How will those project activities be carried out if you are not allowing a percentage of that to be used to sustain the organization? So I think as you are developing these policies, think about building the capacity of these organizations, because these organizations have also been all along existing with government funding of foreign governments, British, American, what. And Namibian government has not invested in building the capacity of local Namibian organizations to be able to play their meaningful role in society. Thanks.
Thank you for the comment. And it just linked up to his, that my organization do not have the money we want to bid for the project, but we do not have the money. And that is where government must step in and provide the funding for.
Yes, I wanted only to comment to what my brother said. I don't want really to say that it's a bad I don't want really to go, or us to go to that direction, that it's a bad initiative, though. It's quite good. It's a quite initiative. But that is a sign already that, and I ever say that, as a civil society, we need to organize ourselves, and we have to sing one song. You know, that is a sign already saying that if you are thinking of already that it will only benefit individuals, maybe us we will not develop, it will not benefit. I think somewhere, somehow, we need to have a collective voice. By saying that, I think it's a good initiative, and it will help us also to build the capacity. What we need to do is just to be prepared for such policy, so that it can benefit us. If not, we are not prepared, no one will entertain us seriously. And we need to take it serious.
Thank you. I made a mental note of the capacity building of civil society. that it must be in the policy. So, ladies and gentlemen, I overstep my time, which we allowed.
We'll take the last contribution there, and then we can move on to the next presentation.
Yeah, I like the comment of my brother here. You know, as civil society organizations, we need to be prepared. And what all institutions, either be donors or government, there are two things that they're looking for, is governance. Okay? So you need to have a board, a functional board that meet on a regular basis. It's not just names, one. And two, you need to have a financial policy. Preferably you have audited reports, because what they want to see is, if we give you money, what will happen to that money? Because somebody was mentioning, it's public funds. They don't want that money ends up being in a Land Rover somewhere. They seem like a lot of people do. They don't want that money. They want that the money is used for the intended purposes. So I like, just building on what the brother was saying, it is coming, but regardless if you negotiate or not, at least they need to see that there is governance, and that there is, how are you going to use that money? That there are policies, and if you have some bank statements or things to show. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gentleman. That was the last question.
Okay, I think that concludes this part on social contracting. We shall move on to the next part, which also ties in line with GRN-COPP again, which is a presentation by Ms. Esther Nganus from the National Planning Commission, National Development Advisor under the Directorate for Development Partners Coordination. She will be speaking to us about the CSOs Help Desk Services at the National Planning Commission, the purposes and expectations, as well as the request for official development assistance. So that's a whole bunch of stuff. So she's going to brief us on that, and then we can also engage with her thereafter on that. If we can just get the presentation up as well. Are we sorted with Zoom and the Facebook Live? We seem to be sitting here at the helm of the trans-number protest, eh?
Good afternoon. I was hoping I could delete a couple of sentences on my presentation, but yeah, I couldn't do that. I was hoping to delete a couple of sentences on my presentation, since I had to sit through the whole day listening to everyone. So I was hoping to edit my presentation just a little bit. But nonetheless, I think I should be able to do some justice to this. Good afternoon. My name is Esther Nganus, as was indicated, and I will be going through this presentation with you. But before I start, I just want to talk to you a little bit about some of the aspects that I feel are probably hanging in the air with respect to the CSO Help Desk at the National Planning Commission and our role at large. I know there was made mention of a terms of reference that I was to present, or that is expected from the National Planning Commission with respect to this role. And I would like to indicate that this is a government-funded position or a role, and it is a part of the structure of the National Planning Commission, as I will explain here. And asking for that, perhaps I think it should, I don't know what channels have been followed before. I am new to the position, but then because it's something that I'm constantly hearing, I really just want to have us all understand that it's sort of like asking someone for their job description. And my main accountability, or the accountability of this office, is to the National Planning Commission. So I really want us to understand that, and as I'm going through this presentation, I'll shed more light on that, okay? But then, yes, let's do this. I'll be following from my notes. So the first part of the presentation, we will be talking about the role of the Directorate, Development Partners Coordination, under which this help desk falls. And then we'll take a look at the organogram, we'll look at the development partners, some of the development partners. We will look at our current activities, we will look at the help desk and its roles, and then we will also look at the expectations. What are the expectations that we have from you as civil society, and what expectations have we noted about from your side coming to us as an institution, and then also some key challenges. So let's look at the role of the Directorate of Development Partners Coordination. So our role is to solicit official development assistance, ODA, to ensure value addition to development programs through the mobilization, coordination, and management of development support to augment local public resources. So that is basically our role. It's to mobilize funding for development in the country. So this is our organogram. We have a chief, or rather a deputy chief national development advice, who is the head of the directorate. Next slide. Who is the head of the directorate. And we also have a, excuse me, a private secretary under him. And then we have two chief national development advisors. And I am under the multilateral wing. So there you've got the multilateral wing, you've got the bilateral wing. I fall under the multilateral wing. There are 6 national development advisors under our division, and I'm one of them. And my role is largely on the civil society organizations. And as you'll understand now, as we go through this presentation, we have multiple multilateral partners, we have multiple bilateral partners as a country. And some of these are, say for example, we have a help desk for the United Nations, we have one for Japan, for China, and so forth. So you should just come to understand also that this is a role within our entire function as an organization. And the support that we give is, our accountability largely is, if I can speak from my point of view, it's to the National Planning Commission. Although we are government, I fall under government, we are government. And I really want you to understand that, because it's one of the conversations that I'm always having now since I came in. Okay, so I've already mentioned what our role is and all that. So now let's move to the next slide. Okay. Perfect, thanks. Which is, no, go back, okay. So now let's look at the development partners coordination functions and role in detail. So the directorate is responsible for mobilization of funding, and then we are also responsible for the United Nations Development Coordination, particularly so the United Nations Partnership Framework. The current one is 2019 to 2023, and under this framework, the key areas of intervention are what is reflected in the NDP, which is economic progression, social transformation, environmental sustainability, and good governance. Then we've got the post-2015 development agenda, as well as the EU development coordination, which is the European Development Fund 11. Under the current EDF 11, we are looking at key sectors: education and skills, agriculture, civil society, and capacity development. So this is sort of like a summary of the current EDF. So this is what we do as a directorate. And to look at some of our development partners who we work with, our bilateral partners, Germany, Sweden, US, the list is there. So those are some of our bilateral partners. And our multilateral development partners include the United Nations, the European Union, the African Development Bank, and the African Union, amongst others. So then I'll go to the next one, where I want to highlight some of our current activities. It's the implementation of EDF 11. It's the implementation and the fast tracking of the Sustainable Development Goals, Africa Agenda 2063, and the United Nations Partnership Framework. I will leave the last two. Those are the ones I was going to remove from our directorate. Okay, so the CSOs Help Desk. Let's talk about what I do. It's to strengthen the activities of the CSOs as per our structure, and then also to ensure sustainable or to ensure the fast tracking and implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, the Africa Agenda 2063, and the United Nations Partnership Framework. Now, what can you expect in our work relationship going forward, and what can I perhaps also expect, or what can the National Planning Commission expect from you, is that, first of all, our expectations are to ensure that the CSOs participate in development activities. Right now, we are looking into NDP 6 already, and we want to engage the civil society in the formulation of the next National Development Plan. The SDGs, the African Development Plan, and many more policy frameworks that are currently either under review or are upcoming through available channels. And here I mentioned COPP, which is the Civil Organizations Partnership Policy, as well as the umbrella institution. Now, I don't want to dwell in the past, but in the past years, we did have an umbrella body for civil society organizations. But going forward, civil society would need to organize itself so that our communication is more seamless, right? And this I want to draw to bullet number 4, where I indicated that support, one of our expectations is the support to CSOs through an umbrella body, where we are discouraging individualism. It's very challenging to address each and single needs of CSOs as they are coming in. Yes, as an organization, we will be able to attend to your questions or to your queries, or if you write to our ED, we will be able to attend to you. But it's very easy for all of us if there is a group effort in how you organize yourself and how you approach government. And that'll be really seamless for all of us. It will make dialogue so much easier. But we are also not discouraging you approaching us individually. But if that could be something that you can look into, it will be highly appreciated. And then bullet number 2, lays with government through official communication directed to the ED. So whatever official communication, I think that was the point that our colleague raised earlier, where he was saying, what are the available channels, perhaps, of communication, if I could put it in simple English. So what you can do is, if you are having, questions, if you are having, you want to approach us, we are open to that, our doors are open. And then our first point of contact would obviously be our executive director, and then the channels, it will be your query would be put through the channels. If there are existing files or programs or activities that you've already dealt with this current office, of which I know there are some activities that I'm having at my desk that have already went through these channels, feel free to please approach the office, and I will be more than happy to attend to you. And then bullet number 3, coordinate with respective organizations, ministries, and agencies with respect to CSO functions. So we are also, this is a continuous one where we are looking into coordinating with other ministries, organizations, and agencies to push your agenda as a civil society. And then bullet number 5, that the umbrella body receives requests and disseminates information timelessly to actors. For example, Carola mentioned that they are not an umbrella body. To me, that is news, because I'm actually new to this. I'm not new to the space, but I'm new to CSOs. And having said that was news to me, because that would be something that is, as I mentioned, it will really make work seamless if there is one point where we can distribute or where we can share our information or receive feedback. There was in the past a question as to how government could, for example, share vacancies within our structure. That was a question that raised, and as I came in, I was also alluded on that item. And for example, one of the things that I will do, it is not really my job to do that, but because I'm sitting at this desk and this information is also at my disposal, I can push through this at a central point. For example, the circular, I could just push it through to a central point so that you are all able to see that. So if you could identify, an organization that would do that, that would be really helpful in the future. And then lastly, official development assistance data. That is something that I know is not just what we need as a planning commission, but we also need you as civil society to be accountable to whatever it is that you are doing. You are obviously in a role where you are serving society, where you are serving the broader citizenry, and in terms of your publicity, in terms of your accountability, it is very good that you could perhaps have some form of data. Who sponsored you, and how far are you in terms of implementing your projects and so forth. So this is what I've asked Carola previously, where I asked her to contact you so that we could perhaps have official development assistance data in terms of what type of projects were funded, or what type of projects did you receive for funding, or did you receive funding for, and how far are you in implementing these projects. Such information is very critical in our planning process. It helps us to understand what you are doing, and it also helps us to, to plan forward. So yes, that is it. And then key challenges, right? So under our key challenges as a directorate, we have the challenge of inadequate resources, inadequate resource mobilization due to Namibia's classification as upper middle income country. And I think this has already been highlighted in the workshop today. Because of this classification, we are seeing that funding organizations and partners are slowly withdrawing, simply because economically we are seen to be maturing as a nation. And that can be good and bad at the same time, where we have to ask ourselves, are we ready for this new transition? And, how are we going to position ourselves as a country so that we can, move within this new direction that the world is pushing us into? And then another challenge is lack of cooperation by some stakeholders. I think this is universal. As government, we do receive lack of cooperation, and I will really mention, I will be very frank to say that a lot of effort as government, we do a lot of effort to bring stakeholders on board. As much as the public sees us not to be doing as much as you'd want us to do, I really also believe that we should acknowledge the fact that we are pushing and there is something that's being done. And then lastly, insufficient staff within our directorate, that's another challenge. So that is the end of my presentation. Just before I conclude, I don't know if IT has it, but if you have the, Ms. Carola, did you give it to them? Yeah. Can you please just shoot this on the screen for me, the ODA sheet, the data sheet, so I can quickly just go through that with everyone. I'm going to, I've asked Carola to send this to you. We are looking for official development assistance from CSOs. That means that we want to know, did you receive funding within a certain period? We are looking at, do I have it here? I only have it on the, oh, it's here. We are looking for development data from 2017-18 to 2021-2022. So within this period, did you receive any funding? Who supported you? What type of programs were you funded for? And what industry are you operating in? So I've brought a couple of forms that you can fill out, and you can submit this with Carola at the end of the day or whenever it's convenient to you. We had a due date, 22nd August 2022, but because perhaps, no, this was communicated way back, but because now I'm presenting this to you, I'd love to push this to, I'm not sure, 5 September, if it's a working day. I think it's a Monday. Okay, please take note of that day, 5 September 2022. So that should be the new due date. Okay, so the first item on the, if I can just have assistance from the team, from Civic +264. The first item is the name of the organization. There you can just fill out, like say maybe it's boys, what? There was an organization, BOYS. And then what industry are you in? Maybe. Am I too fast?
But I mean, the due date was actually today.
5 September 2022. Okay, I think it's clear. So you can collect the forms with Carola. Name of the organization, that's the name of your organization, and then the industry. Let's not be, don't think too much about it. Sometimes you may not find yourself in a specific industry. Is it gender? Is it child welfare? Is it conservation? Whatever you can think of, you can just list it. And then the town or the region in which you operate. So there's a white part and a gray part. The first white part is for one project. The next part is the gray part, that's for the second project. So if you have multiple projects that you are having or that are running that have been funded, then you can just fill out those multiple projects. If it's more than the space we've allocated, you can make copies of the page and you can just, complete this form. No, this is the last one. Soft copies perhaps? 10. I can bring it. Okay. Yeah, maybe you could even scan it, and when you are done filling it out, you can scan and send it through to Carola, and then we will compile. Okay, I think that is it from my presentation. Please do not ask me a lot of technical questions. I am new to this office. Madam Mary is here. She should be able to help me, Thank you very much.
Okay, I think we can just open it up for contributions. Okay, I think from my end, just a contribution to start off was, I remember when we received this document at Civic +264, it was quite a bit, if you look at the capacity of CSOs in general, and now that you have the National Planning Commission also wanting all of these details about, while CSOs themselves are already reporting to, the funders and development partners. At the same time, you also now are talking about, a policy where you have to have some registration and stuff. It seems like it's a lot of things happening at the same time in terms of what government from its end is expecting from civil society organizations. I think one of the things that would have been nice to see from the presentation more would have been, what is the help desk, what kind of services would it be providing to CSOs in terms of capacitating it. But maybe this is a starting point to identify that. Are there any contributions from the floor? It seems like everyone is just completely knocking out. Okay.
I'm probably one of the people who's now talking too much also. I actually just wanted to find out, if in addition to what Bradley said now, if it so happens that the registration issue of CSOs is not entirely the way national planning or a development funding partner wants it to be, does that mean that then in order for me to qualify, definitely I need to follow this one route and change my whole setup, despite me having a constitution and a board, or people that are in agreement with what we have, something like that? Does it make sense?
Can you just clarify on the registration? Registration with, is it with whom, and perhaps what are you qualifying yourself for?
Like when you, in terms of your work and getting development partners, which are now civil society organizations, to come and present themselves to you or be a development partner, is there a particular type of CSO registration that you are looking for?
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. If I listen correctly, I think one of your functions you have mentioned is mobilization of funds. Is that so? Okay, maybe do you have figures on figures or statistics on the funds that maybe were mobilized, or how many civil society organizations you helped in the past 5 years or so? Just figures if you have. Yeah, and yeah, I think that was the question. Yeah, the other one was on is it stakeholders? Because when I was listening to the presentations, like I was listening to the Ministry of International Relations, I've seen bilateral relations with, I've seen countries there. Maybe you can give us, what did they contribute to the development of CSOs in Namibia? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. On the type of CSOs and what we are looking for in terms of their registration and all this. Okay, let me take it from a broader scale. We are not funding CSOs. We do not fund civil society organizations. What we do is and the resource mobilization also that I mentioned is not for CSOs. This is a planning commission for Namibia, and there happens to be a help desk for CSOs at the National Planning Commission. So the funding is for national government. So it's for national government, and it's for the country at large. But then when funding comes, say for example, EDF 11, where we just launched we had in June, I believe, MIP launch. Under EDF 11, we have over 600 million that has been allocated to the country over that strategic period. No? And that is now given into multiple categories. And one of them, for example, is education and skills development, to be more specific, early childhood development. That is just one branch, for example, of that particular funding. If you are a civil society organization in the education space, then it is now up to you to, when those funds are allocated, to apply. Such application criteria does not necessarily come from us. It's established with the donors, and because we are a planning commission, this information is obviously with us, right? To say that this is what Namibia is getting for this period. But we don't have control to say that, like, to allocate these funds or to say who gets it and who doesn't get it. I hope you understand. So it's money that is coming to the government of the Republic of Namibia. And that money, because we are a planning commission, this information is available to us because we plan for the country. But then the funds are not with us to say that the early childhood development funds that were given is with National Planning Commission. When are we going to apply? And so we cannot say who should get it and which amount should be given to which civil society organization. Now, as a civil society organization, perhaps you would want to, how would you then use this office? You would then want to perhaps find out, okay, what type of projects are in my space for this current period? What type of openings are there, and how can I apply? That I can assist you with to say that which grant is opening at what time. And that information is also available on the Civic Plus 264 website, right? So in terms of that, I want you to understand it in the form that we don't hold these funds to say that we hold them and we disseminate them to the civil society organizations. And that is why in the beginning of the presentation, I explained to you that this is an organization with multiple functions, and we just have that CSO's desk, right? Which is really a minutal, and I don't want to say minutal in the form of its impact. CSOs are super impactful in the development of this country, but then it is a function within the entire organization. Now, in terms of how do I register, how am I qualified for that? It's simply just to look out for those opportunities and then to apply. Yes, and with that, I cannot say the National Planning
Recording in
Commission
progress.
has, within this period, given such money to CSOs. We do have data, but I don't stand with it right now, and I cannot speak on that. But then we cannot, say at this point in time that CSOs have been given such an amount of money. Okay. But we can look at what our donors are doing for us. Okay. And how much is allocated. And much of the funds that are allocated within the categories, the multilateral, bilateral categories that I just mentioned, are largely for CSO organizations. It's for education, it's for early childhood development, it's for, I've mentioned multiple categories.
Okay.
Madam Mary, please help me. Is that correct?
I think we can,
I'm here as an observer, and I don't want to be quoted. I'm simply adding to what she was alluding to. Of course, there was a question of why you have multilateral, bilateral, which is supposed to be with Ministry of International Relations. The allocation of funds. The allocation of funds is done through the National Planning Commission, which is the development coordinator. And we simply just sign papers, and the funds remain with the donor or the development partner. Now, she referred to education, agriculture, civil society. For example, the EPDN that we are talking about today, the money does not reside with National Planning Commission. The money remains still with the development partner. It's only when the project is ready that we submit the papers, or the beneficiary submit the budget, and the money is disbursed directly from the development partner to the beneficiary. We only sign papers. All we keep is papers with signature.
Bilateral agreements, multilateral agreements, MOUs.
For example, the EDF 11 that she just referred to, it has a global figure that says the European Development Fund number 11 is committing to allocate this amount of money to Namibia on papers. This money will be benefiting Ministry of Agriculture for whatever red line, all those things. This one for education, this one for EPDN, This one for XYZ. So the moment MPC have signed an agreement with the Ministry of Agriculture, for example, to benefit from that identified amount of money. So we send this agreement straight to the EU and they disburse to the beneficiary. It's simply put in a certain account and they notify us, or they notify MPC, not us, I'm no longer us. They notify MPC, and it's MPC to notify the beneficiary that your money is now ready. Now, if we say this money is to Carola and Sons, once your first disbursement is done, we expect you to give us a report, accountability report. We go through it. If there are gaps that the EU does not agree to, the next disbursement will be short of what was not agreed. Whether now your budget is supposed to be 100 million, if 20 million is not accounted for, it will already be taken off. MPC has got no control over it. You submit your accountability report, MPC submit to, you see all those bureaucracy, papers going all over the place. So basically MPC does not keep money. And MPC cannot decide, we are going to give this money to so and so. The moment there is an advert for you to apply, you apply, you are being interviewed or you are being assessed, including the financier themselves will be there, and the decision is taken and the money is disbursed to whoever the winner. So they have the figures of what was agreed, but that money will never tally. Because during the process, there will be money that will not be accounted for, or because you did not meet the implementation process, you will lag behind, then you lose money. That money is never 100% disbursed as agreed.
We've got a hand. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Could you please go to, was it point number 6 of your presentation?
Recording in progress.
Expectations.
Yes, I think so. I think you were running very fast for me to take notes, but yeah. Just one more slide back. Yeah, so firstly, I want to understand when you say as per our structure, what is the structure actually? And then the next slide. All right, so I'm excited to see that the help desk or the directorate is willing and able to coordinate and facilitate you know, the arrangements with CSOs and whoever they want to work with. That is very hopeful information. However, I want to know whom have you worked with or assisted thus far. Maybe just to have a practical understanding to see perhaps what an ideal, you know, how you would, the things you would look at and so forth. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. As per our structure, to strengthen the activities of CSOs as per our structure, we cannot, okay, I will say again, this is a help desk, and we are talking about CSOs. So whatever it is that we are going to do is to assist you within the proximity of the organizational structure. So basically, that is what I mean as per our structure, right? And I think I've already mentioned that we have a structure. If you want to communicate with us, feel free to write a letter to us, or to even raise the concerns that you have. If you believe, or if you have the opinion that the help desk, for example, is not serving you, then write something, put together, and follow the structure, and then it should cascade down, right? So that is what we are saying. Anything that we do, I cannot go and stand in front of the media outside of our structure. So I hope that makes sense. Who have we assisted before? This office is not new, and this office is not new. There has been work done before my time, and there have been multiple people, let me not say people, but there have been multiple organizations, CSOs, that have received support through this office. The current example that I'll give you is I think dating back to 2016, the National Planning Commission and the CCN went into a memorandum of understanding so that they can, push the development agenda of the country. And that MOU started in 2016. It was signed by the then ED, I believe, Mr. Honorable Tom Alwendo, and not ED, Honorable Tom Alwendo, Director General, thank you. And that was in 2016. It lapsed, and then it was renewed again. We are currently in the process of renewing that MOU once again. So if you look at the Civil Society Organizations Partnership Policy, you will find in the policy that we do give model MOUs and model structures to CSOs in the implementation of whatever it is that they are doing, right? And that is what we did for CCN. And that is why I'm saying it's a collaborative process. It's a process that has two ends. It's not just what the Commission can do for you, it's also what how you can partner with us. We cannot think on your behalf, but then, as I mentioned, our doors are open. If you have ideas, bring them forth, and let's see how we can work together. Yeah.
Okay, 3 more questions. So we've got one here. Is there another contribution? Are there other contributions, or is this the only one?
I like this, the last part of your comment.
Only the last part.
Yes, I am very much interested on it, because we have submitted some proposals. We have made several consultations, especially with national planning commissions, but we find it maybe that yes, we do have ideas, and we bring them to you, but we take it like maybe it's useless to share with you. Let me be honest with you. They are useless because they are not considered. That's why I came to that point sometimes to questions. Who really make that final decisions to prioritize? You see? To see that this one is something worth to be budgeted for. Who is that person who don't listen to us? Sometimes it's good when you are addressing like this, but to be honest, my sister, there is a problem there with you, especially the National Planning Commission. I'm sorry, I'm not attacking you personally, but just to tell you the truth, that we are sharing the ideas. We are we are in scarcity, but there is nothing coming good from your side, please. That's why it's good when you are giving the right informations.
Okay, can I just interject? Can I just interject? Who is we?
Yes, I'm from the National Federation of People with Disability, and we have engaged several times.
Okay, but yours is a personal.
Not a personal.
No, can I just interject? Like yours is it's more like saying you gave feedback to the office. I can give you your response right now. But what if it's not for the ears of everyone? Why don't you talk to me about that? and then we take it from there.
But for the benefit of all.
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm asking for the benefit of all, not me individual. Because I know that maybe my office might approach and another somewhere, other organization approach from the other side. That's why I have to present it here.
Very good. Thank you.
I'm sorry it had to be you to answer the questions, but it's probably also because you are new to the office. In terms of what civil society has encountered with the NPC, the desk that is meant for us, it has been, how should I put it? Totally the opposite of what is being presented as to how the desk should be. That's also the reason why I was asking. Like in some cases you would submit something and then they're like, yes, but then your registration is not right. That's why, that's my question to say. What is the criteria used? Is it because my registration is not right, then I have to change it to suit the donor, or am I suiting NPC? Because we do know what constitutes a civil society organization in Namibia, but then it's not the same as what it would be for the EU. And then in the Namibian context, I'm in the right space on paper, but then with them, I'm rejected. And then it's also a thing of the desk is not effectively communicating to civil society in the same way that we come there to say, this is who we are, this is what we do. Half the time, you don't get the feedback because there's no one to attend to you. Like, it's just a desk, like it says. So I'm sorry you had to be the one to hear.
No, I hear you. Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. Can I just take those two, Bradley, before we maybe take the last one or two? Okay, what I really should emphasize is, I think, although, okay, that is the second notion in the on the same subject matter. But to be honest, to stand here and to answer you from this point about your specific inquiries, like you're going to the municipality and saying, why are you charging me like this? You are overcharging me. I would need to go in the system and check what it is that you are talking about. And also, you need to look at it from that view. I hear the fact that you are saying that you need to air these views so that everyone else can hear. But you also need to serve me justice to also to be able to defend the position of the desk, because you are giving me information for the first time, which I'm not able to answer to the public, right? So I really encourage the two of you to approach me personally. And then we take it, because I know since I came in, there were CSOs that came with their long-standing queries. I had to check back in files to see what responses were issued and how far those responses were. And just as a side note, you should also understand the process that we go through when you bring your proposals, right? The final decision does not always lie with us. Sometimes, especially when it comes to things like MOUs and such, we have to submit those to the Attorney General. And that can take, it's a process outside of our system. It can take a whole lot of time, right? But then our role would probably be to communicate to you how far we've gone with the process, okay? So it doesn't do any justice to say that there was nothing done, especially from my position, because it doesn't make the commission look good, and it also doesn't make me look good, because I don't have the information. When I can check in my file, I will be able to say, okay, there's nothing, or there's something, or let's start over, or let's do this, right? So I really encourage you to come to the office so that we can take up your two items. I'm looking forward to the two of you coming. Bradley, I think I've exhausted my time. Yeah.
Can I just one? For my sister, I'm really happy. Your presentation is very helpful because it alerted or give me an information that I never had it before. Where I want to just to touch is, you know, organization for people with disability, for example, the Namibian Albino Association. Those, our people there, you know, we don't know sometimes where to touch and where to get funding. You could easily get like a local business people might funded you just 20,000 to buy like a kind of this heads. But we are so many, and we think it is some of our projects. Remember the life of people of albinism in Namibia. If you don't have this, and if you don't have protecting clothing and the other like cream, then we are living in danger. Then our Namibian brothers and sisters, they only realize that when you got a person of albinism getting wounds and sick and so on, you mess it to it, but we were supposed to prevent it. That's why maybe maybe I want to just to know that what kind of project you might cover or might assist to the or to our request through your office to the donor. You see, because it's different to a specific organization. As I said earlier, what do we need? Maybe I could come to your office, but you said, no, we don't cover this. Maybe just to highlight that what are the projects that you might cover. Thank you.
I think that was more of a comment. I think it's, honestly, I don't have an answer for that, but it's a comment that I want to take home. Because it's a question that you are asking me, what type of programs are there for you?
Thank you so much. I think we've exhausted this session. I think it was also really good to see the new for CSOs present to meet and engage. So with that being said, we're scheduled to have a tea break now, but we're running behind time, so I think we'll just continue. But I see some people are already, 15 minutes. But before you go, please just drop the feedback forms. It's not the end. Just grab some tea and whatever they're serving and then come back and we'll continue.
Steps that we are suggesting to take forward this discussion. So the question is, do we need an umbrella body or bodies for CSOs in Namibia? I don't have the stick. Oh. Goodness, what happened? Now, there was a workshop funded by EPDN program that was presented here in January this year at NIPA. It was important that it took place at NIPA. I'm saying that because it was a discussion. The workshop took place at NIPA.
People say NIPA. Oh, what?
Or did I pronounce it wrongly?
No, you were now saying.
Namibia Institute for Public Administration.
Yeah.
Yes. NIPA, yes. I mean, it was significant for me personally, just that, yeah, it's NIPA and CSOs meeting there to discuss around how to engage with government. How do we facilitate discussion? So at this discussion concerning this umbrella question, there were two questions in a group that we discussed. How do we facilitate a discussion that would strengthen and enable us to coordinate, voice, or network as CSOs? So that question was asked then there. And this question has been asked again because we have not yet answered that question since January. And there was another discussion, how do we influence the policy in order to affirm CSO contribution and enhancement within the country's framework. Since January, at least today, we had the policy discussion, And we have got kind of a roadmap about how the policy review process will go. But our main concern is around the umbrella organization discussion. So, I've lost it. And then forward now. Okay. And some recommendations that came from that meeting is that we must recommend having a more generalized platform for different CSOs to engage. It recommended creating cluster sectoral working groups to decentralize the services. So move away from the centralized thing. Suggested EPDN project share and itinerary with CSOs for the government scope regional consultations. Like we have now heard, at least there is a consulting team that has been appointed now, and that they will start 12th of September. So I'm sure once the team started working, they will remember that we have asked for an early announcement of their itinerary so that we can know where they will be and how we can engage with them. But then at that meeting, tentatively we said maybe there are around 12 sectors that were suggested. Nothing is cast in stone. This was just a brainstorming session, and those 12 sectors were suggested. I'll not necessarily read them all, but you can see them for yourself. These different sectors, maybe it reflects the kind of work that needs to be done. If looking towards an umbrella body, it's necessary the success and failures of non-gov trust need also to be addressed. What are some of the aspects that arise? And how do we fund these umbrella bodies? In other words, whatever form that we are suggesting, we need to look at the sustainability question, or should we use the existing sectoral umbrella bodies? Because different sectors have got maybe umbrella bodies, you understand? So maybe rather than having a top umbrella body or one body, we may say, let's identify these existing umbrella bodies, and these umbrella bodies could be the way that we go forward. But we need to find a way of making that decision to move forward. So really, how do we move forward this discussion? That is really my question, and number of people were volunteered. We have got some names of people, and I can comfortably say 98% of people that were suggested then are not present here today. I think myself, Bradley, and Carola have been there as part of those discussions, but I thought I was going to have the names of those people, but I don't seem to have them. But again, it's really a question of, do we think it's a necessary discussion, and how do we move forward with that? That is really the question that I'm having. Or do you want to add all these people that were suggested then, some of you that might be interested in this discussion? If you feel you are interested, maybe you have got more ideas and more energy, that we can maybe add 3 more people from this group to that group to help bring life in that group and be able to continue the discussion. That's one idea that I'm having.
Yeah, the problem is that one of the ladies is not in that group. She's in Oshana. And the other problem is the development workshop. They are never available because they are very, very busy, everywhere, the whole time. So I don't know whether it will help if they know 3 months in advance, or whether it will never work.
And maybe this one of the, it is also, I don't know, what's the convener agreed on? Who should convene this group? Are you the convener? Yeah. So that is my suggestion to this. In order to move forward, if you feel there is a real need, firstly, do we think this discussion is necessary, or are we beating a dead horse? Or bodies, yeah. Is this discussion a necessary discussion? Okay. Okay. We seem to be agreeing, and I'm sure our government is happy that we are saying yes. Yes. Yes, can you read out the names for us?
Namibia Drivers Women's Association, Linda Baumann. She was also online through Zoom earlier this morning. Development Workshop Namibia, Gottlieb Shea, Namibia Nature Foundation, Nabot Mbili, Ronnie Dempers, Namibia Development Trust, Maxi Louise Naxo, Ndahafa Nantanga, Komika Community Center, Polos Feliciano Tsumeb Community Concerns Committee, and Civic plus 264. So those are the names that I've
And the convener is not.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was just a voluntary committee.
You spread with this group? Maybe with more names from you? To bring in some life? This is not a group to make a decision. This is a group to come together and agree on how to take the discussion forward. Like the discussion around the policy. The policy review will continue, but this group will say, how do we spearhead this discussion? And maybe can identify what support do we need from EPDN, the help desk, to be able to put forward this discussion. Ne? They will just describe and map the way forward. So please help us. We want to wind down this discussion.
I think the discussion is a necessary one because given past experiences, many people who would also want to work with particular NGOs wouldn't know where to start. And a lot of CSOs would also be left out. So I believe that having the discussion on how to move forward under an umbrella body would set the tone as to where we envision ourselves as civil society organizations to be. And in the same vein, I would volunteer or nominate myself in my capacity as a CSO leader that we are available for the next discussions.
Thank you very much.
The main mandate I've down for this task team was creating a briefing document on the GRN-COPP, thereafter outlining the CSO stance on the policy as well. So that was the reason for this task team.
That was referring to the policy. But I thought this one was to arrive at how to take forward the discussion under the umbrella or for the umbrella or something like that.
So the January one had a different task as well.
Okay, okay. So we are amplifying the role, possibly, ne? If there is an agreement.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the task could be, I mean, I do not know whether we still need a document from our side about the policy.
No, the two documents of today
Yeah.
could just be checked. Esther, your first page says arrangement or whatever was the spelling mistake. It would be nice if that one would be now corrected. That we can also update it. Yeah? That we have the documents that were presented here and share them. But sometimes you have to make some kind of a connection for somebody who wasn't here to understand your points.
From where it is coming. Yeah. Okay, so we are saying today's discussions could fill the desk or the need that was expressed there to say, to put forward CSO input in the review of the policy process. And maybe the second task is Bradley firstly to design a process that will help CSOs to engage around the umbrella body or body's question. Whether how they will do it, whether they need help, what. Yeah.
Remember, at the same time, the EPDN are rolling out their thing.
Yeah.
So we will have to harmonize with Mary, because the key expert number 1 documentation from the EPDN. It says there will be at least 4 regional meetings, and we ask that a core team from Windhoek will accompany these regional consultations. Thank you. These regional consultations, so that there is accountability and trustworthiness, that we do not at the end just receive a report of which some of us were not witnesses to the whole time, that we can see it's true what they are saying. The same issues were raised in Ochodonjupa, the same in Karas, and so on, especially also about the umbrella body, you know, because that's a key thing of this whole thing. So I was wondering if we could not just have all these presentations of today and share them, and sort of share what are sort of the minutes of today, and then wait, because it's very soon that they will kick off. It's in 10 days, you know, whatever, 14 days, you know how fast it goes, that they will be going out, and let us, you know, consult with them, and you are welcome to be there, and also whoever is coming up on the committee, you know, for the future, that we hear each other out and come to an agreement how this rollout must be done. And I must say, up to now, the NPC and the EPDN guys have been very, very forthcoming in listening to what we have said. They could have started with this work already 2 months ago and say, ah, go, you know, go to hell, as somebody else has said recently. Go to hell, you know, we can't wait for you. And I had asked for this meeting to come first before we meet with you, and before we decide mutually on the way forward with this thing, because the time is very, very short for you as the consultants to consult and write up your report, and with your recommendations to the NPC. Yeah?
Thanks, Carola. Is my understanding not that there are 2 things? One is the policy review, yeah. And there is the, I do not know whether the consultants are also helping us around the umbrella body question. Is that part of the brief of the consultant?
Part of it. The help desk, the partnership forum, all of this is in the policy. So the policy must be reviewed.
Yeah, I mean, the question that I'm saying is that policy must not tell us the NGOs need an umbrella body. That decision is by the NGOs.
Okay, I'm considering the fact that this COP policy has been more than 10 years old by now, and that the review thereof only happens now at this critical stage. I'm very interested to find the process, and I would want to engage with it, but also the tools that they will be using for the review process. And like Carola says, the geographic areas that they will cover, the extent of the scope of the stakeholder engagement, and so on. So really this policy review conversation, when it happens on the 12th of September, I would want to engage with it. But also now with the umbrella body, I think that since NANGO folded a couple of years back, there is really that need for civil society to build movement again, and to really see how do we fit in, and not to duplicate our efforts, and not to do things haphazardly, that we can organize ourselves and start planning how exactly do we plan our interventions, what type of interventions, which are our target areas, and who works where, like that. So there's definitely a need for an umbrella body.
Okay. What I'm hearing is that it seems from the inputs that I heard lately that the consulting team, or the process that is underway, may help us to find also answers around the umbrella body question. Okay.
Could the 12 provide possible questions that the consultants could ask in the regions regarding the umbrella body?
Okay. And that whoever that is interested to stay engaged, like the colleague that has suggested she wants to be part of it, and Madame that has expressed interest in it, can be invited to the 12 September discussion, specifically with the interest to also look at the umbrella body question.
Okay, so the reform committee
plus some additions that are very important. Second person, the first one.
Anna Amomo.
Do you want to have some input? Okay, please.
My question is, what are the requirements to come to this? Because the Comrades Association will be
Comrades Association, you can have the name. It's basically to stay engaged with the process, and these are the people that will be called upon to say, come guys, let's brainstorm further about how do we provide input to sustain this discussion. Look at the inputs that have come up so far and how do we steer this process further. I want to wind up and hand over the mic to Bradley.
Yes, Ms. Gerard,
The Comrades Association is the most attractive name that I can't forget. The Comrades Association. How come we are not members of the Comrades Association? What's your head up? Oh. What do you want to say? You want to be part of it? Okay. And that you also, FO also wants to be part of it. All right, great colleagues. So what we are deciding here is that we are enlarging the NIBAM committee basically to stay engaged with this umbrella body question. Depending on the outcomes of the 12 September meetings and the work of the consultants, this committee will be kept in shape to be able to see how we sustain the discussion around the umbrella body. No, that committee, we have added some new blood to give some life to the committee that is passive. So hopefully these new members will be the most active ones. Sorry? Okay, let us hear as we wind up the discussion.
We need an ad hoc committee which is comprises of very few people. The moment you have a big committee, it requires us to have an additional technical committee that swallow or that just the point has been discussed in the main in a bigger committee, so that it can. That's what my understanding.
So with this suggestion, I'm not taking any new members now. Nominations, volunteerism closed. Yeah, thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, before you close, in relation to the meeting of the 12th, I think the office that is in charge is the EPDN office at Parliament.
Okay.
Rihanna Fernandez is the one coordinating the process. So that is the person to whom to ask all questions. Who is to come or who is not to come where? Oh, okay.
They expect us to organize.
Okay.
So we have organized also the venue, or we are still confirming, so it's all in our hands.
All right, great, good. So it seems we have got some way to influence the 12th meeting outcome. So please diarize that day and stay in touch with Caroline Bradley, +264, and then they will give us further details about that meeting. So clap hands for yourself.
Yeah, and also a big round of applause for Bradley, please. And for Ronnie. Unfortunately, our other speakers are no longer here. And also for the technical team at the back, KSA Media. I think overall, with all the glitches and everything, it was a good meeting. We had frank talks, and it was not as loose as it has been previously. There's much more tangible outcomes this time around. It was nice to see a lot of new faces, new life. Here, you young people, it's really great. Stay with us, stay with each other. Also for people having come from far. Mr. Ashongo, you still had something on your mind.
No, I just wanted to be part of
Oh, yeah, no. Because we will have to see how these new faces are really performing. Because all the previous ones were really disappointing. It didn't work. So I will put you there, even though I will override my dear Ronnie and just put Mr. Hashongo there because the disability sector should be there. We will see how it works. Maybe, yeah. Okay, thank you. With that, over to Bradley to close. We will send you the minutes. We will send you the presentations, asking people to just go over them one more time to see whether there are places where they can improve the connection from one point to the other, that it is easy to understand for everyone who gets it. And then we will circulate the notice regarding the 12th of September. And also, we are starting with every engagement that we are having a mailing list so that we can, and that's why it is so very important, people, we need to become professional. We cannot just gallivant in and out, hang around, write like drunkies. You know, if you speak clear. Every opportunity you get, you market your organization. So if you are asked to say your name or your organization, you do not stand there and say, you know, you need to do it clearly and market your organization and the sector in which you are, so that you can also recognize one another and start working together, because clearly we are too fragmented. We are duplicating like terrible. Yeah, no, it's too much. But thank you for everybody to have stayed here, also to Mary. Thank you. And see you again. Okay. Thank you. Over to Bradley to finish.
Yeah, I think that's it. So I'm assuming we won't do the consolidation and write-up of inputs. I think although this workshop happened, the most important thing is actually just to actually read the policy for yourself. Yeah. There's no substitute for that. Read it from the perspective of your organization. How would you prefer to improve working with government or whichever other support that could happen? Just feedback forms, just probably put it here at the front. Presentations should be on the Civic Plus 264 website, hopefully latest by the end of the week. And I think that's that. Thank you so much for coming out, and continue looking at the Civic Plus 264 website for any information that we received of relevance to civil society. Have a good evening.